to get your renters in there. I mean, who wants to get back to that?
We got a little echo. That's better. All right, good evening, everyone. We have a little echo in the room.
Your microphone is over as well.
Oh. They still can't. All right. That's even worse. Ed, can you hear us? Yes.
Wait, can we reverse open the door on him? That would be classic. I know you're not wrong. That deserved a fist bump, don't you think?
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Good evening. It's Thursday, August 8th, 2024. Time is now 6:31 p.m. This is the Fraser City Council regular meeting of August. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Roll call of council, please.
Councilmember Bransky. Mayor Lesage.
Yes.
Councilmember Odell.
Here.
Councilmember Perry.
Here.
Councilmember Shornack.
Here.
Councilmember Stein.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
Here.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to excuse Member Baranski due to some travel delays.
Second.
All in favor of excusing Member Baranski, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Members excused. All right. Item number 4, approval of agenda. Any changes, additions, subtractions to the agenda? If not, I would entertain okay, we've got city manager. Elaine, please.
One thing we would like to add to the consent agenda is a letter that is outlining the date for the road closure for the Fraser High School Homecoming Parade for September 27th.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to add the road closure notice from the school district for the homecoming parade to the consent agenda. All right, all in favor of adding that to the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion has, it's on the consent. Any other changes to the agenda as presented? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the amended agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the amended agenda.
Second it?
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland, second by Councilmember Stein to approve the amended agenda. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Agenda is approved. Item number 5, citizen participation on agenda items. This is the moment in the meeting at the beginning where if you can't remain here for the entire meeting, you can come up and talk about agenda items that are on this agenda. Anyone like to speak? Seeing none, we will move on. Item number 6, consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland, second by Councilmember Odell, sorry about that, to approve the amended consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Consent agenda passes. Thank you. Item number 7, new business. 7A, 70th marriage anniversary recognition. This is brief. And we have a couple that spent a lot of time in Fraser, and they've celebrated their 70th wedding anniversary. They asked me to write a little something for them, and I will read it. So, on a warm June evening in 1953, destiny and chance unfolded at the Rackham High School auditorium. Young Paul Marinello, along with his brother and cousin, found themselves at a high school variety show. Little did they know that this ordinary night would mark the beginning of an extraordinary journey for Paul and a young woman in the audience named Sharon Jackson. Enamored with her charm and beauty, Paul somehow found the courage to approach her. A simple invitation for hamburgers sparked the beginning of a love affair that would span more than 7 decades. In August 1954, just over a year after their first meeting, Paul and Sharon sealed their love with a courthouse wedding, stepping into a modest home in Detroit as newlyweds. Their family grew with the arrival of their daughter Lynn and later their son Frank. As the family expanded, a 1957 move to the City of Fraser and the newly developed Venetian Village subdivision signified their transition to a tranquil suburban life where they laid the foundation for their American dream. As one of the many young families moving to Fraser at the time, Paul, Sharon, and their children established friendships and lifelong relationships with their neighbors and the people of Fraser. Their neighborhood gatherings on Airport Street became a cherished tradition where laughter, memories, and joys of life with good friends were shared. On behalf of the City of Fraser, we congratulate Paul and Sharon on their decades of love and commitment and thank them for making Fraser their home for so many years. Their story is and always will be part of Fraser's rich legacy of family and friendships that span lifetimes. Congratulations, Paul and Sharon. Thank you very much. Next up, item 7B, Second Squad ALS equipment. I believe that's Director Kretschmar. Thank you, Director.
evening.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be back.
So I have several things on the agenda for tonight, and the first one that we have up is the equipping of the second ALS squad. So in previous meetings, we've already discussed the hiring of 2 EMT firefighters that are going to service the squad 2. We have a second squad now, which we are looking to replace next year with a newer rig. But we're trying to get everything in place and using the one we have until that happens. And so that entails getting our personnel permissions up and running and starting that hiring process, as well as ordering the equipment that will house or be housed in this ambulance so that we can run the 2 squads effectively. So what I'm before you tonight for is the outfitting of that second squad. There are some corrections from the ARF that I would like to address. One is the line item that I had put in here. I actually used the ambulance line item when in fact I should have used the ambulance capital fund line item. So that's the first correction, which is 210301972. And additionally, the total amount that I had requested on the ARF was somewhere near $115,000, which is over what was approved during the budgeting process. We had requested $100,000 for this endeavor, but with some of the things that I'll describe here in a few minutes, it went over $100,000. I initially thought it was $115,000, but when I redid the numbers, it's about $110,000. So I'll go over that, but just so that you have that ahead of time. Next slide, please. So as the slide shows, there are several things that are required to outfit an advanced life support or ALS rig, which is what we run here in Fraser. One of them, the main thing that qualifies this rig to be an advanced life support rig is the LifePak 35 cardiac monitor. And this is made by Stryker. Stryker is who makes the monitor that we have on the other ambulance that we run. And we believe that uniformity is the best way to go since we're trying to run these 2 things and have them mirror each other. So the Stryker is the manufacturer for the LifePak 35 cardiac monitor. This monitor is an upgrade from what I proposed at the budget meeting. It runs about $13,000 more than the first one. We didn't know about this one at the time of the budget meeting, or I would have come right then. But since we got the new quote, this is the latest monitor that they're promoting. It's $13,000 more than the other one, but it has features and capabilities on it that the other monitor does not have. And one of the most important things, though, is that it has updated software, so it will allow other platforms as future technology becomes available. It will support that, whereas the older monitor does not. So at this time, we're not looking to replace the old monitor. This is an upgrade for the new one. We will use this one as our main, and then for the secondary squad, we would switch that over. Eventually, if it looks like we're going to have to replace that other monitor, then I'll come before you then, but that is not the idea at this time. We're just looking to get the newer cardiac monitor since we're buying all of this equipment now. So this monitor is $13,000 more than the last one, which is where my budget amendment is going to come in. So this monitor this is the amount, $64,978.35. Additionally, the Lucas device is a CPR machine in essence. It delivers fantastic compressions when you're in the middle of a CPR. It's also made by Stryker. It's all on the same quote. I would do a commercial for Lucas because I believe in it so much. It is such a fantastic, fantastic life-saving machine. And so this device is $21,382.75. The original proposal that I had at the budget meeting with that other quote did also include a 4-year ProCare warranty. It was about $15,500, so this warranty for this newer device is a little bit more. And I've broken it out on this slide, whereas I didn't do it before, so it looks like, oh, we're asking for an additional $16,000. We're not. It's really an upgraded warranty. It's just slightly above what it would have been for the other monitor. I just broke it out so that you see it. And that 4-year warranty includes both the LifePak cardiac monitor and the Lucas device. And I strongly encourage the warranty. We've used it on our other machines. I mean, it replaces the leads that come off of it, any internal deficiencies. If a battery goes down, they'll replace the battery. It includes anything that would go wrong with this monitor would be covered under the warranty. And as I just mentioned, we have used that before. Additionally, with the warranty, if a monitor goes down for some reason, they will give you a loaner monitor to use. If you don't have the warranty, your rig is out of service while they fix it. So that is another reason that I strongly encourage the warranty. The additional EMS supplies, like I had mentioned at the budget meeting, and all kinds of things, anything else that's on the rig, including ambu bags, gauze, Band-Aids, I mean, everything else that goes on there, and that, I'm certainly simplifying it. But all of those things come out to $67.94.56, and then there's an additional shipping cost. And the only reason I threw that on there is because with all the quotes and the information that I gave you here, if you do the math, the numbers didn't add up, and the shipping cost is what threw it off. It's the only reason that's on here. During the budget meeting, what I had proposed, that figure, that $97,000 included all of this, including the warranty, the shipping, and all of that. So the quote that we now have is $110,776.77 for all of these things, and not the $115 that I have on the ARF. And that is because of the $13,000 upgrade for the cardiac monitor. So I'm sorry, Ed, if you would go back. So if I'd be happy to answer any questions or try to if you have them. If not, then I would request the approval of this equipment as I presented.
Councilmember Shornick, did you have your light on for a question? Okay.
Thank you. I was just wondering, so this equipment I just want to verify since you're saying that remote.
Your microphone.
I just want to verify that this equipment is transferable to any other bus we may get in the future.
This is portable.
Yeah, I just want, but I'm saying, because I know sometimes you have to outfit specific things for the unit. I'm just wanting to make sure that, because you were saying that we're probably going to have to
It's
get
the same LifePak monitor. The one that we have now is the LifePak 35. This has got an upgrade in technology and is capable of upgrading even more in the future. So they are compatible,
Okay.
if that's what you're asking.
Well, yeah, I just want to make sure, because you were saying we're probably going to have to get a new bus, right?
Well, we have the Squad 2 now, and it is part of the capital improvement plan for the vehicles that I presented as well. And so we're not looking to buy that this year. It would be, for the 25-26 budget
Right.
season. So the 2 ambulances we have now, we will have fully functioning.
No, I understand that. All I'm saying is because you're anticipating next year to get a whole new unit for the our whole new EMS unit, right? I'm just saying that this will transfer seamlessly without issue.
Absolutely.
That's all I was trying to
Absolutely. All of
clarify.
this equipment is portable, so we
I
will
just
take
want
it from
seamless,
here
I
and
don't want
put
to have
it
to
from,
pay more
put it
to
there.
install and all the other nonsense, because I know like when we switch up cars,
No.
depending on the make and model, we have to switch up the equipment, it's not necessarily compatible, yada, yada, yada. I'm just saying.
Oh, well, that's true.
Portable?
No, all of these things are portable, and they could, you could throw it in the back of a pickup truck.
Thank you. Okay.
All of these
That's all I
things.
wanted to verify.
Well, and one other thing, sir, if I may, because I see you're looking, the quote, the original quote too, also, that I had submitted that went into that larger, that $5,000 more than what this is, was, there's a stair chair is not the official term, but it's, there's a piece of equipment on there that's worth, that would cost almost $5,000 that we are not going to purchase. So, subtracting that and adding all these up, this is the true cost.
So that's the amount for the agenda.
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Odell.
So right now, we only have one ambulance with this equipment, and.
Correct.
And with this equipment, we'll have both ambulance fully functional, so if one goes down, the other one has.
Well, we'll have this so that we can run two at the same time. So right now, if something goes wrong mechanically or otherwise with the ambulance we have, we move everything over to the one that we have sitting there. What we're going to do here is make sure they can both run all the time. And if one goes down, then I guess we only have one for that time that it goes down. But we're looking to mirror these two ambulances and run them at the same time.
And then also, I mean, obviously, we'll have a new ambulance in a couple of years, hopefully, but buying this stuff now is gonna be cheaper than waiting a couple of years down the road if it's gone up.
Well, sure, we're looking to actually get the second unit up and running, which was, the addition of the personnel and the contract language that went along with that, and then we still have to hire them, and ordering this equipment is time-consuming. It takes at least 4 months for this life pack to come in. Initially, we were told it might take 10 months. So it could take 10 months before that monitor is even available, and we cannot call it an advanced life support system without that monitor. So that's the reason that it's just really important to get all of these things in place as quickly as possible so that when the equipment is here, we're ready to push that ambulance in service.
Okay. With that, I'll make a motion to approve the purchasing of the Life Pack 35, Lucas 3, and 4-year extended warranties for each, an additional EMS medical supplies and outfitting of Squad 2 for a cost of $110,776.77 from the ambulance capital fund account, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Elaine?
I also want to remind everyone that as part of this, we'll need to have an additional motion for a budget amendment for, I would say, 11,000, just to make sure that we cover that additional amount.
That's correct. I apologize. I thought I was covering that in the beginning there, but the budget amendment would be for $10,776.77 if we went to the penny.
Okay, and that 10,000, and the account is 210-301-742?
It's 972.
Can you
972.
repeat that, just the whole number for me?
210-301-972.
0.000.
Okay, and that's capital,
000.
and that's the capital, yes, I know it's,
I've been reminded repeatedly.
all right, but that's the operating, or capital fund, right?
That's the capital fund for
Okay.
the ambulance.
All right. Any other, we have motion for approval of the ALS Squad 2 outfitting at $110,776.77. Any other members of council would like to weigh in on this? I think you explained it very well. Any members of the audience would like to weigh in on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
So then I will make a motion to, for a budget amendment in the amount of $10,776.77 out of Fund,
210-301-972.000.
yep, that one.
I second it.
Okay. Motion to make a budget amendment of the amount of $10,776.77 out of the ambulance capital fund of 210-301-972-000. Any member of council would like to weigh in on this? Any member of the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, item 7C, patrol vehicle purchase.
Next slide, please. So as part of our capital improvement plan, we had budgeted to purchase 3 patrol cars for our fleet in public safety. Initially, and during the budget hearing, I had mentioned Chevy Tahoes. That's what we bought last year. And so we were looking to continue with that model. However, once we started trying to get quotes and look into that possibility, we were told that the Tahoes are no longer available. They've all been bought. So additionally, if we went with the next model year, which wouldn't come out, I don't think, until October, if we went with 2025s, they were about $16,000 more per vehicle than they were last year when we bought them. So we looked into Ford Explorers, which Ford has cars this year. It was the reverse last year. And we were able to obtain my deal quotes from 2 different dealerships. They were both my deal, but the numbers were different. And we decided that we like the vehicles that Longhammer Ford offered to us, and we appreciated their price. Todd Wenzel also gave us a price, but it was a few $1,000s more than this car. So we're still looking to get 3 Ford Explorers. They're in the police package. So they're Interceptors from Longhammer Ford. They're $49,105 a piece. And so that brings that to a total of $147,315. And then we went to Canfield, and we got an outfitting quote from Canfield. And those are estimated at $21,850 per vehicle for a cost of $65,550 for the outfitting. So the total cost for the 3 Ford Explorer patrol vehicles for the car and the outfitting is $212,865.63, which is not too far off from what we had originally planned to spend for those cars. So with that, I am requesting the approval to purchase the 3 2025 Ford Explorers from Longhammer Ford for a cost of $212,865.63, including outfitting from Canfield, out of the capital improvement account 101-301-972.
Councilmember Odell.
Quick question. So wasn't the Fords where there was a distribution problem before, and then that's why we had to go to the Tahoes? But
Yeah.
now the Fords are available. What type of lead time are we talking?
They have those in stock.
They have them in stock now?
They do.
Okay. All right. And what did you guys, do you recall what you had originally budgeted for the 3 vehicles in the budget that you submitted? Do you remember that, or? But it's under budget.
230,000.
Okay, so it's under.
I'm certain that it's lower, and I do have the capital improvement plan in this packet. But thank you,
All right.
City Manager. I knew that the Explorers would come in because they're just less expensive than Tahoes anyway. And the Tahoe price this year was significantly higher than last year.
Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of 3 2025 Ford Explorers from Longhammer Ford for a cost of $212,865.63, including outfitting from the capital improvement account 101.301.972.000 as submitted.
I'll second that. All right. Any other council member like to comment on this? Anybody from the audience would like to ask any questions or comment? Seeing none, we have a motion to approve the purchase of 3 2025 Ford Explorers from Longhammer Ford for a cost of $212,865.63, including outfitting from the capital improvement account 101-301-972-000. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. You get 3 new
you.
All right, item number 7D, the COP vehicle purchase.
Next slide, please. So the vehicle that we have for our community outreach program is very old. I think it's a 2012. It's got 135,000 miles on it. It's showing rust. And that was very obvious to me during the parade as I didn't really hide my face, but I was thinking about it. So we have, part of our capital improvement plan is to replace that community outreach vehicle. We have decided to go with the 2024 Chevy Silverado police package pickup truck from Berger Chevrolet, which is where we bought our Tahoes before. Ms. Sutherland, I know you requested during the budget hearing to investigate the possibility of an e-vehicle, which we did. That's not really a possibility at this time for a police package car. They don't make them. And additionally, I know we would have to do some housekeeping things here for charging, but we didn't go so far as to look into that because a police-rated vehicle is not possible in the E-style or, at this time. I imagine at some point that will change. But as it stands, they just don't have the power in them. We're looking to outfit this vehicle to be a fully functioning patrol car in case we need it. It will lack some of the things that the other patrol cars have. At this time, we're not having, it doesn't have a radio in it. It doesn't have a computer or a printer, a rifle, a cage. So those types of things are missing from this car. Not to say that that wouldn't be something I will address in the future, but at this time, we're looking for this vehicle to be the community outreach program mostly, which is what it would be anyway. And if we had to take it in a pinch, we would, but we probably wouldn't want to just because it lacks those things inside of it. But I would like it to be prepped for that in the event that we think that it's necessary. We're not doing any of that now, like I said, but that's why I got the police-rated car. That's why I'm explaining it that way. So this vehicle, it'll have full lights, push bumpers. It will be a fully functioning police car. It will just lack the computer technology inside of it at this time. And we are going to, I don't have a quote here for the graphics, which I'm going to guess is somewhere around $1,500. But we are going to figure out what kind of graphics we want on it, and we want to kind of soup it up a little bit. Maybe have the high school Rambler on there, maybe have fan on there, like other community outreach type symbols that could be on that car so that it really stands out as a community outreach vehicle. And additionally, our community resource officer who works in the school, I mean, he uses this car every day, and he will continue to do that, and we'll bring it to all of our events and whatnot. But we'd really like to show it off as a community vehicle that it's intended to be. So with that, I'm requesting that we be allowed to purchase this 2024 Chevy Silverado police package pickup truck from Berger Chevrolet with the Canfield outfitting for a total of $67,718.29, and that would come out of the COP fund 101-000-214-101.
Councilmember Shornack.
What's wrong with our current vehicle? Is it that old and has that many miles on it?
Yes,
What year is it?
2012,
How many miles does it have on it?
135,000. And the rocker panels are rusted.
Well, I was going to say, just because, yeah, I just didn't remember it being that old and the fact that it just drives from here to the school for all intents and purposes, so it's not like a regular patrol car that's out on the road every day.
Not typically. We have taken it out when we've had to, and we will take this one out if we have to. That is what I was looking for potentially in the future, is to have it fully available to respond to emergency runs. And it can do that. I mean, it'll have the lights and the push bumpers and whatnot. But it is time to replace the car. I mean, the rocker panels are rusted. It is very old. We haven't replaced this car in how many years? And it is time to replace it.
Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland, sorry.
So I remember us having a lot of substantive discussion about this during the budget season. So the only other remaining question that I still had was, because I mean, I see that vehicle every morning when I drop my son off at the high school, and it does have some rust, but it's not terrible. So is there any, what is the plan for the current COP vehicle? Are we going to sell it? Are we going to scrap it? Could DPW, is it something better than something that we have that's even older in DPW where we can have a hand
I would
down?
imagine it can be repurposed. I just don't think it should be, I think it's time to replace it as our COP vehicle.
Right,
I mean,
yes.
it's not up on blocks. I think it can be repurposed, but it does have high miles on it, and there is some rust on it. And I would say we would do with it what we do with the other cars, which is try to resell them if they're salvageable, or if another department in the city could use it or wanted to take it over, I wouldn't see that that would be an issue.
I can just remember some of the trucks that we were looking at yesterday in previous meetings when Mr. Ragsdale was showing us pictures of like truck beds that were rusted out completely. Like that isn't the case with this
No,
truck.
no, no, no.
So, I mean, this is
No,
something.
we
that
had,
we're-
we had the truck in the parade.
Yeah, so I mean, even if we
It is-
had to.
it works.
Even if we could use it, to buy us some time on having to replace something else in the DPW fleet, like, is that something that we can do?
I wouldn't want to speak for Rob in the DPW. I would think that the vehicle is repurposable. But what his intents are and how they use their cars, I can't answer that. I don't think this vehicle needs to be scrapped, if that's, what you're asking. I think, it does have some value. Whether or not DPW could use it or another department,
So then I guess Ms. Levin and Rob, that would be something that, if you could look into that and seeing if we could make that last a little bit longer, if there's something even worse in DPW that's comparable, that we could swap it out.
Or building department or something.
Yes, something, that would be great, thank you. That's all.
Any other council members? Councilmember Stein.
This vehicle you also use in different cities as a community outreach when you guys go to events, correct?
yes.
Okay, and so it just doesn't be used at the high school only?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, the National Night Out was supposed to be on Tuesday. It got rained out. And so it's next week. I don't remember the date. I think it's next Tuesday. But we intend to have our school resource officer and another officer attend with this COP truck that we have and bring a couple of the bikes and, put up the tent and all that sort of thing to, showcase us and our people and our equipment and do a little networking there and maybe some recruiting on the side.
And these are outside of Fraser, correct, to show?
This is in Sterling Heights, yeah. It's a county-wide event that is sponsored really by the Macomb Sheriff's Department. They are the ones that are orchestrating it, and unfortunately, the weather was so bad Tuesday, they pushed it off a week. But most of the agencies in Macomb County will be there at Freedom Hill for that event.
Thank you.
When is that event?
I think it's next Tuesday.
Okay. All right. Would entertain a motion for this?
I'll make the motion.
Councilmember Odell.
All right, I'll motion to authorize the purchase of the Chevy Silverado pickup truck from Berger Chevrolet for the cost of $53,998 plus outfitting costs of $13,720.29 for a total cost of $67,718.29 from the COP account.
Second.
Okay. Can you confirm that account number? That 000 looks like a revenue account.
101-000-214-101.
Okay. All right. All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Odell, second by Councilmember Stein. Any other comments by council? City manager.
I can make a comment about that revenue account.
Yeah.
So that's the account that we have for donations that they get for the COP fund. And then also 55,000 of it is coming from, I think, drug forfeiture or gambling? Drug forfeiture.
Okay, so, all right, thank you, that clears it up. So we have donations to the COP fund, like the golf outing and other things, and then 55,000 is coming from the gambling forfeiture?
Drug forfeiture.
Drug forfeiture. Should we amend that?
No.
Okay.
No need to.
All right, so there's coming from two accounts, and drug forfeiture is paying 55,000 of this?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, that makes it a bit more
Understandable.
specific. All right, any member of the public like to speak on this? Seeing none, all in favor of authorizing the purchase of a Chevy Silverado pickup truck from Berger Chevrolet for a cost of $53,998 plus outfitting costs of $13,729 for a grand total of $67,718.29, with some money coming from the COP account, number 101-000-214-101, and the remainder coming from the drug forfeiture account. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. And please try to repurpose that or get the best value you can for
Of course.
the other vehicle. All right, item 7E, DPS office chair purchase.
The department has chairs that have been in use for, some of them for 20 years, as I had mentioned previously during our meetings. And we're looking to replace some of the worn and broken chairs. Some of them, the legs aren't right, or the wheels are broken, the arms aren't there, the fabric is tearing. So we put bids out, and they came back, which are in your packet. We prefer to go with the HON office chairs from Office Express. The couple of the quotes that you have in there, some say grade 1, some say grade 3. The grade 3 is what we would like to go with. They're a little more expensive, but they're a little more durable because our chairs are used 24 hours a day, and we dress with clothes that, are hard on chairs. So some of it's a total of 19 chairs that we're looking for, but some of the chairs we're requesting have arms, some without arms, and then the one here on the right is a stackable chair that we could use in the training room and elsewhere. So that's why I've given you the visual of the 3 chairs roughly that we're looking for. So the total cost from Office Express quote that we have is $9,608.71, which is about $1,000 less than what I requested at the budget meeting. We were able to finagle that and get that price down, so it came in at under $10,000. So with that, I would request the approval of purchase of 19 office chairs for use in the Public Safety Department at a cost of $9,608.71 to come from the gambling account, and that is 267-301-801.
Okay, city manager.
I actually have a correction for that account number. It's actually 266-301-742-000.
Okay, can you give me that one again?
Yep. 266-301-742-000.
301.
742-000.
And that's the gambling forfeiture?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
I'll make a motion to approve 19 chairs for the total amount of $9,608.71 coming out of the gambling fund, 266-301-742-000.
Okay.
Second it.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland and second by Councilmember Stein. I have a question on the smart business sources. That looks like, are these the same chairs?
They may not be the exact same brand, but that's what was being offered. That's what came in the quote for whatever it was we asked for.
I guess that one is like $2,000 less. Just
It may be, right, and I think that is the grade 1. So I guess it probably didn't come through. I had highlighted.
It does say
grade
grade 1
or grade
fabric,
3.
GR1 fabric.
Right, so we're looking for the grade 3 just because it's
Okay,
a more durable
thank you,
chair.
more durable chair. All right, thank you for clarifying that. Any member of council would like to speak on this matter? Seeing none, any member of the public would like to talk about the DPS chairs that hopefully you never have to sit in? Seeing none, motion to approve the purchase of 19 office chairs for use in the Public Safety Department at a cost of $9,608.71 to come from gambling forfeiture account 266-301-742-000. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. You're getting new chairs.
Thank you.
Item 7F, the intoxilizer purchase.
Next slide, please. So the Intoxilizer 9000 is a breath test machine, a data master, and our department does not have one. The MSP is the agency that is tasked with monitoring, calibrating, documenting. One has to go through the MSP in order to get this device. And they give them to some agencies, and some agencies they don't. And so we weren't fortunate enough to qualify whatever their standards are for receiving this machine. So anytime we arrest somebody for drunk driving, we have to take them to Roseville. So we, instead of bringing them here and booking them and going through our process, we drive them to Roseville and have to use their system and then come back here and do this. So initially, I did not know that the capability was around to purchase it. I thought if MSP didn't give it to you, you couldn't have one. But we looked into that a little bit, and it turns out that you can buy it, but you still have to use them and go through their company that makes it. And so that this is a sole source. You can't get it anywhere else. And it is regulated very strictly by the MSP. So the instrument itself is $9,556. MSP has fees for their services, which you have to have. And so the first year installation and monitoring of the device is $1,800. So what I'm requesting for this year is $11,356. That will get us the machine and get us in compliance with the law. And I just wanted to advise you that subsequent fees, like additional years, will be $1,500 a year for them to come out, calibrate, monitor the machine, and keep whatever records they need to, and make sure everything is fine. So for this particular purchase, it's just $11,356, and I'm requesting that also come from the capital outlay account 101-301-972, and it is a sole source, so I'd request waiving competitive bidding. And additionally, we have changed the fee schedule for our OWIs. There are, fees that are assessed to the people that are using this, and so we have increased the fees for the breath test machine to help, offset the cost.
Okay. Councilmember Shornick.
I just would like to make the motion to authorize purchase of the Intoxilizer 9000 for $11,356 from the capital outlay account 101-301-972-000 as a sole source and waive competitive bidding.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Shornack, second by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland, and we have first of all, a light from City Attorney.
Yeah, I think she covered it in the motion, but I just wanted to remind the council that as a sole source purchase, the vote must be unanimous
Okay, unanimous of the people.
of those
here,
present.
of the
Yep.
quorum.
Of those here.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Odell.
But just also saving money, if we're not running to Roseville, that gets our cops
Well, it
back on
certainly
the
saves
street.
our time, and,
Right.
yeah, absolutely.
So with limited force, that gets our cops back on the street faster if they can do it
course.
in-house rather than there.
Absolutely.
So it kind of pays for itself, I think, that way as well. So, okay, that's all.
All right. Anyone else from council? Anyone from the public like to speak on the Intoxilizer 9000?
Hopefully, they also don't have to use.
Yes, which we also hope you don't have to use, but we are willing to charge you for that privilege. All right, we have a motion to authorize the purchase of Intoxilizer 9000 for $11,356 from capital outlay account 101-301-972.000 as a sole source and waive competitive bidding. Let's do a roll call on this so we don't have any doubt about the unanimous.
Mayor Lessig?
Yes.
Councilmember Odell?
Yes.
Councilmember Perry?
Yes.
Councilmember Shornack?
Yes.
Councilmember Stein?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland?
Yes.
All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council. I
Right.
appreciate it. That's all I have for you.
Are
You
you
have any
here
money
for the
left?
Sure,
Are
that's
you here
it?
for the
Nothing
Tink
else?
Claw?
I'd like to talk about the claw, but
And your whole budget tonight, or?
No, thank you very much. These are all things that we've talked about in the budget, and so we're executing those things.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 7G, the Tink Claw purchase, which is, sounds like an exciting new piece of equipment.
Do we get to play with that, by the way, if we approve it? Rob? Do we get to play with that if we approve it? Because I feel like that would be super fun.
Try it if you like.
I do feel like that would be a super fun thing to do. If we can ride in cop cars, why can't we go to the DPW and try out some equipment?
And the name of it sounds fun, too.
I know, that's what I'm saying, like, I just like the fact, you know.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor.
What do I call you now, Superintendent? Mr. Barrett?
Call me Rob, it's fine.
I'll call you Mr. Barrett, how's that? Thank you.
As you guys are all probably aware, City Council's aware, is that we were talking about the LEAF program during our budget sessions. I owe you a comprehensive study on the pros and cons and cost and how much equipment we need. It takes a lot to prepare that. I have not done so yet. But in the discussion on the LEAF program was this Tink Claw. It's actually a attachment that goes onto our loader, which would be very efficient to clean parks and our leaves. And we are facing this leaf season with 2 crippling leaf facts. So it's about a 10-week lead time on this. So I'm recommending approving the purchase of a Tink Claw C720 for $21,844. It's compatible with our Volvo loader. It specializes, as I mentioned, picking up waste. It actually has articulating arms that reach out and grab it and picks it up, and it can dump garbage, bushes, leaves into a dump truck. It's a very efficient piece of equipment to have when you're doing a leaf pickup and our general park cleanups. If you recall, during our budget sessions, we tabled all the discussion on the items that are requested for the leaf pickup, but in retrospect, this is a piece of equipment that I wanted to bring in front of you because I think it's an important piece of equipment to have, and we can really use it this leaf season, and we can use it in cleaning up the city parking lots and the city parks, and regardless if we decide to maintain the leaf program, this is a piece of equipment we will need. Because this was tabled during our budget session, we will require amendment to our rubbish fund balance account also. It's recommended to a motion to authorize the Finance Department to form a budget amendment to add $21,844 to the undesignated rubbish fund balance to account number 226-528-972-000, and approve the purchase of the Tink model C720 2.7-yard claw in the amount of $21,844.
Councilmember Shornack.
I would like to approve that motion. Or to authorize the Finance Department to perform a budget amendment. Do we have to do this separate, Don? The budget amendment after the approval? Or can I do them all together?
You do not need to do them separately, but if there were a split vote, it would take 5 to do the budget amendment and only 4 to actually approve the purchase.
Could you just do separate it helps do
Yes, okay, I'll do them separate.
the purchase?
So well, then I'll do a motion to purchase the Tink Claw and take it from the undesignated rubbish fund balance, account number 226-528-972-000. And the model number is C720, and it's a 2.7-yard claw in the amount of $21,844. Because I've seen them out there trying to pick up those leaves, and God knows they needed that a long time ago,
Thank you.
because that season's going to be rough.
Common piece of equipment that a lot of communities use.
I've seen it in Clausen, and if Clausen can have it, we sure the heck can.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Shornack, seconded by Councilmember Odell. The city manager, did you have something to say?
So I just wanted to note that with the adopted budget for that capital outlay, we do have 45,000 budgeted for capital outlay. I don't think that we specifically narrowed things down, but I believe the 40,000 was for a backhoe claw and loader claw, and then the 5,000 was for one lawnmower leaf trailer. Is the Tink Claw something different than those 2 items?
This claw is part of one of those items.
Okay, so
So if that was put in the budget, then I was mistaken.
yeah, we likely would not need a budget amendment then.
those items were from the rubbish fund?
Correct.
Yes,
Okay,
that's what.
all right,
So it makes things a little easier. One less motion.
thank you. Any other member of council like to speak on this? Member of the public like to speak on the new, possibly new Tink Claw? Seeing none, we have a motion to purchase a Tink Model C7 22.7 yard claw in the amount of $21,844 from AIS Construction, right? Yes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. You're getting a new Tink Claw. Thank you very much. All right.
I do have something to comment with regards to this, if I may.
Which, on what we just did?
Yeah,
Okay.
kind of in tandem. It's, so, just really quick, I don't know, Elaine, if you know this or not, but, I have a concern, and I just want to bring it up because it's kind of relevant to this, is that, so since Priority took over for GFL, so GFL, I might be one of the few people who have that huge can for the leaves and stuff like that, right? And I know other municipalities have these huge cans for their yard rubbish. But I can tell you now, because I've experienced it, I got that can and I can't even use it because apparently Priority can't pick them up. And so I'm wondering if there's any other people in the city, that's why I'm asking this question now. If there's any other people in the city who have those big cans that they purchased, only to find out they can't use them because Priority can't pick them up, which I don't understand considering Priority took over for GFL and they took over their equipment, which, by the way, I found out was a lot of not good things. But anyway, that being said, I think that's a problem that we might want to look into for the citizens who actually do have those cans. Because then I had to go out and buy 2 smaller cans because they don't want anything bigger than a 55-gallon. But if they were supplied by GFL and they were taking over for GFL, they should be doing the same exact thing that GFL was doing.
What size can, cart do you have? Do you know?
It's the same size as my recycling can. It's the big,
64?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's just the big one. It's literally the same size. But it comes in handy for people who have locust trees because we can't take our, well, we can, but we're not going. It's a waste of time to rake your leaves into the street. It's 100% waste of time because they just blow back up because they're itty bitty leaves. And then if you have a girl tree like I do, you have the bean pods from Hades. And you go through thousands of bags for one tree because of all the bean pods. So I opted in for the can because I'm like, it's just going to save me a lot of money. And now they're going, well, you can't use the can because for 2 weeks straight they didn't pick up my can. And I called and I'm like, and then I got told this time that's why. So just for for the other citizens who have those cans, I think we should be finding out why, if they're taking over from GFL and they're taking over their trucks, why they can't pick up those cans. So, sorry. Thank you. I just wanted to segue into that because I know it has something to do with the leaves.
Maybe if you could send them a picture of which can you have, so,
Yeah, I can do that. Yep.
thank you.
Thanks.
All right, I think we are on to 7H, 2024 Water Main Replacement Engineering Proposal. Good evening, Mr. Vigneron.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having us back again tonight. Before you, we have a proposal to begin the engineering work on the next year's water main replacement program. During the budget season, there were 4 streets that were included in the next budget year for water main replacement. Those being Kingston from Fruehoff to Utica, Northwood Snow from Breezeway to Kelly, Crestwood and Huber. All of those projects were budgeted for full design, construction engineering, as well as construction costs in the current year. We're looking for authorization to begin the engineering design work to put those projects out to bid, at which time we would come back with recommendations for award of a construction contract. All of these water mains are old. Kingston dates to the late 40s, Northwood Snow late 50s, Crestwood and Huber early 60s. They're 6-inch diameter water mains. We'd propose upsizing those to 8-inch to improve fire flow and pressure in the city's network.
And this would be done next spring? or
Yeah,
next summer?
the schedule for this would be, the design work would begin now. We would probably bring a construction contract for city council's award consideration early 2025, with construction to begin early spring, and hopefully be wrapped up before the end of the budget season.
Okay. before the end of 20?
Before the end of June, that would be very aggressive. Likely it'll
Spill over.
spill over into the next budget.
Okay. Ms. Levin?
Sorry, we are working on the utility rate study.
Correct.
So taking a look at the fund balance that we have in water sewer fund and what our rates and revenue are, potentially could play a factor in some of these future capital projects. But what we are approving tonight is just the engineering, which ultimately at some point in time will need to be done for these projects. Whether we are able to achieve both of these planned fiscal year projects is all going to depend upon the results that we get out of the utility rate study.
We should be able to do next year's and have funds, but it's probably 2 years out that we might have to look at something else. I think so. All right, Councilmember Shornack.
My only question is it going to be like the streets that were over by, off of Summer Lane and stuff like that?
Martin Winsome.
Yeah.
Initially, I think we would look at a different method of construction than those two streets. Pipe bursting would be my first thought for actually all four of these streets, given the location of the existing water main. That would be something that we would have to determine as we get into the engineering design a little bit more detail to find out if that's what we feel would be the best option and most cost-effective option to replace those water mains.
Okay, so, and then the second question is, you're going to make sure that all these residents are aware of this before we start staking things, right? Because then I'm gonna have like 100 people at my door saying why. And because that happens every time DTE or consumer come out, and I never know why, so I was making sure we're gonna make sure they know, like FYI, we're finally fixing those god-awful water mains, and this is why you're getting, your lawn and stuff is getting staked.
Yes, this year, I think we had a very successful public meeting before the water main project started. We invited all of the public in to this room. We had all of the plans out and made it pretty informal. We got some really great feedback from the residents. The contractor was here and heard firsthand from all of the residents their concerns. I think it was a very worthwhile effort, one that we used to do pretty regularly before COVID, and we've reinstituted now that, kind of things are back to normal.
Okay.
I think it's worth noting that an initial letter went out for this year's water main residents that were affected and explaining everything that was going to go on, including inviting them to an informational meeting. So doing our best.
Okay.
No, just, like I said, making sure we're communicating.
I know Crestwood and Dogwood over there have had lots of water main breaks over the years.
Westwood especially, yeah.
That's what,
One-
62, 60?
One winter we had 5.
Yeah.
And our street is a small street, so it's not a big one. Has a lot in 1 year.
All right, I will make the motion to approve the engineering services for the 2024 water main replacement project with AEW in accordance with the standing agreement between AEW and the City of Fraser
Second.
in the amount of $122,550 estimated. Okay, thank you. Any member of council like to speak on this? Okay, any member of the public like to speak on a water main replacement engineering for 2024, 2025 fiscal year? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to approve the engineering services, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 7I, 2025 water main replacement engineering proposal.
Thank you again. So this is a very similar proposal, but this would be for projects that we had anticipated for budgeting for construction in a future fiscal year, the following fiscal year. This was an initiative that the interim city manager, Mark Thompson, had started a few years back, where the design work was completed in one fiscal year and the construction was budgeted in the following fiscal year, to try and stagger that so we aren't in that same situation where we're bidding work in late winter for construction to occur in a very short window. So the thought being, in the next budget season, we would have a much better picture on actual construction costs. We can be a little bit more targeted with that budgeting estimate for city council and then put those projects out to bid at that time. So this is the first year where we're trying to reinstitute it. The design for these 4 segments was included in this year's budget. Those 4 segments being Summer Lane North, Summer Lane South, Vernetta and Schoolcraft and Elodie. And this would be for water main replacement in likely 2026, if budgets continue as projected. Or, if, I guess if modifications need to be made, those would occur at that time as well.
Now, did I hear you right? You said this was included in the budget?
Yes,
In
so
this budget? The engineering part of it was included in the budget?
correct. The line item did include specifically these 4 streets. The dollar amount for the engineering that was estimated was included in the budget amount.
Okay.
The total capital outlay.
Thank you for clarifying that. Councilmember Odell.
I'll make the motion to approve the design engineering services for the 2025 water main replacement project with AEW in accordance with the standing agreement between AEW and the City of Fraser as submitted.
Second.
All right, any other member of council would like to speak on this? All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Odell, seconded by Councilmember Shornack. Any member of the audience would like to speak on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. The engineering is approved. Thank you very much. All right, item 7J, Industrial Park Roads discussion. Is that your light still on? Or- Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. City Manager.
Well, as you know, we have been awarded a $4 million funding for the industrial roads from the state. Very excited about that, and what we need to really talk about today is what our next steps are and how we're going to move forward with that funding. Several of the issues that we have to take into consideration. First and foremost, we also have a ask for, I think, $4 to $5 million from the federal government through the Office of John James. So that funding component is something that we also have to think about. As far as the city funding, we've talked about potentially $3 to $4 million. Angelie is still working on closing out the books for the previous fiscal year. Typically get invoices and things in like a month or so after the end of the fiscal year before we finally close out those books and have a good idea of where our fund balance is and what would be available for council to consider to put towards the project. As far as road funding that we get, a lot of the money that we have is going to be dedicated to the Garfield Road project and our cost share for that. We get about $1 million for major roads a year and about $500,000 for local roads a year. The industrial park roads are considered local roads. We can transfer, I believe it's 25% from major to local each year. I think that one of the things that we also really need to think about is at what point do we want to start bringing the industrial park owners in to start having conversations with them. As you'll recall, last year we did go through this process. We looked at numbers for an SAD. We had about $4 million that we were looking at from the city to contribute and asking the remainder of, I believe at that time it was $16 million total project. We did have AEW prepare the numbers for the SAD, and it worked out to be, I think, about $850 or so a foot, a linear foot for the property owners. We certainly heard back from them, and one of the big concerns from them was that it was cost prohibitive for many of them for their businesses. That it made it very challenging for them to be able to even make ends meet. So with this $4 million, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, likely it is a game changer between what we will be getting from the state and what hopefully council will be able to provide as part of the costs of the project. We might be looking somewhere much less than $800 a foot. One of the things about the state money is that we are going to find out more about what the terms are and how long we will have to dedicate and spend the money sometime in September or October. Mike might have a little bit more information. I'm sure he's probably been, no more information? Okay.
We're waiting to find out for a number of projects.
Okay. So between September, October, we would be hearing from the state. So one of the things that we want to consider is, do we want to do the whole project Do we want to take the money that we have and do a portion of the project? How would that look within SAD? With timing perspective, what are we looking at with timing? If we just do a portion of it with city money and the state money, we wouldn't need to necessarily bond for it. If we do the entire project, we would have to go through the bonding process, which can add several months onto that timeline. Also, working through the SAD process, there's a time schedule for that. There are a couple of meetings that the council would have to have for noticing. We've kind of been down this road recently with a couple other projects, though they've each been unique and different in their own way. So this would be another different process for bonding. So we would want to work with bond counsel and our bond agent to determine moving forward with that. I think that at this point in time, we may want to consider putting together just a special meeting and inviting the owners of the park and having conversations with them and getting some feedback about what they think and what they would like to see. There are definitely a lot of moving parts, and we don't really have a good timeline yet, and we likely won't until we get an answer from the state about that funding in September, October.
Okay, thank you. In a minute, just a minute, Mr. Rodak. The one thing you mentioned was the federal request from Congressman John James, and I appreciate Senator Kleinfeld's support and getting us that money. These are requests, and they are not guaranteed. I think I've used the term moonshot. This is something we try, and they will advocate on our behalf, but it's all part of the federal budget process, which I think we all know from TV is not necessarily the most straightforward process that the government runs. So we do have $4 million in state money. We had talked at the budget time about us spending some money from fund balance. I believe Councilmember Shornack said it's time to get working on these. I don't want to forget about local roads. That's a separate issue. Tonight is just the industrial park conversation and how we move forward on that. But by all means, I'm also interested in how we move forward on the local side. So we've got between 4 and whatever this council decides, and we need to decide that in the next, I don't know, perhaps next month, we kind of earmark a certain amount of money for that, so that Mr. Vigneron and Mr. Barrett can start planning that and see what that looks like. Does that sound like is that what you were contemplating? I had asked for a framework on how do we get this done so that we can go out to bid in next spring on getting something started, getting work.
I think that for the September meeting, we should be able to have a better idea of the financials, where we are with fund balances for the major and local street fund and also general fund, so that Angelique can provide some information about how much we have available. We've kind of talked about at least maintaining 25% fund balance. A lot of moving parts with other projects that are coming through with the Masonic Kelly that we have a cost share with for that intersection improvement, the Garfield Road project that we have a cost share. We'll be finishing up payment with our cost share for the Kelly Road project, so we just need to make sure that we have all of those taken into account and have a good, clear idea so that council can come up with a number that you would like to put in as part of this project for the costs. So I think that would be an attainable thing for the agenda in September. And then possibly after that, we can set up a special meeting and invite the industrial road.
Like a workshop?
Correct. Yep.
Conversational.
Yep, talk about it, because with that, we will have a number. So Mike can work on updating that spreadsheet and all the information about what a potential cost would look like. I think we can probably run a couple different scenarios based on what council is willing to put in. If we maybe get some money from the federal government, what kind of reduction that could be, and go from there.
And that we may not know till October or later. That's what I was told several months ago.
And that could very well be something where we plan on not getting it, and if we do get it, then it's able to offset everybody's costs.
I would say we should err on the side of pessimism on that money.
And say we're not.
I was ecstatic when we got the money from the state. let's be practical, so. Councilmember Odell, you had a comment.
Yeah, well, that was my one question, is how soon do we hear on the John James money? Because that could alter the equation quite dramatically, but I think in the meantime, with what we do know we have, get that number next month. Let's set up a meeting with the industrial park, because it's very important that we get all their input on temperature check on what they're willing to do. Let's see if we can get this done sooner rather than later, because the costs are just going to keep going up. So the longer we kick the can down the road, the less these dollars can stretch. But we got to take our industrial partners' input on this decision, because it affects them huge financially. So, I think next month we need to get, what's the city going to kick in? Once we have a clear picture of that number, let's meet with the industrial community and have some alternates. Here's what we have. If we get 4 or 5 million from the federal government, that's how it changes the equation, and go from there. And the longer we wait, the more this is going to cost, and I'd rather get it done sooner than later, but it's got to be as comprehensive as possible. I want to work with our neighbors and our industrial park to come to the best solution possible for everyone involved.
Okay. Councilmember Shornack.
Before we have that meeting, I would like the Paisley rating for those roads, because I think that should play a big part in what roads we do first. Obviously, the roads that have the worst Paisley rating, if we have to divide this up a little bit, I want to start there, and I want to make sure that the industrial owners know which roads are the worst, because everybody's going to, let's face it, they're all garbage. But, per engineering, I think it's helpful to have that information for them so that people aren't getting angry with people like, oh, you're doing your street first and it's not my street. I don't want any of that nonsense going on, so I want to have absolute numbers and data that show this is why we're doing what we're doing when we make a decision. So set aside the money for a moment, let's just all say a prayer if we get that money from John. Maybe I'll have to call him, but anyway, and then, that's going to obviously affect us a lot in a huge way. So can we is that something you can provide us?
Yeah, in front of me, I've got the Paisley ratings from the last time we rated the roads in 2022, but we can certainly get updated current ratings as of this month.
Well, they didn't get any better, so we can safely assume the crappier ones got crappier. So, but just like have that stuff ready and
Will be part of
available
your
for
pack.
questions and everything. Okay, cool, thanks.
Any other members of council? Okay. I see some members of the industrial park here. I was going to ask them if they had any comments they wanted to add. Is that all right? Well, I guess I am the mayor, so yes. Come on up, Jeff.
Who's in charge?
Point of-
Jeff Siciliano, I'll state that so the guy doesn't come out of the closet there. Jeff Siciliano, 34673 Bennett Drive. I know this is really anal, but did you guys know your name tags are switched?
No.
Oh, they.
Who am I?
I don't know, I'm staring at that going, wait a minute, Patrick Odell, that's not Patrick Odell.
No,
Right.
So,
is your light better than mine? 'Cause,
anyways,
hey,
yeah.
we
It
can
just
try it
is-
for a day.
small
Up
thing.
to you.
Anyways, I'm wasting
Out
my
with
time.
that.
so.
Duly noted.
First of all, we wanted to say, I'm part of the industrial subcommittee, so we formed a subcommittee quite a while ago. And even though you haven't maybe heard from us that much, we have been diligently working with Ken and Greg and some of the other, and Alec and so forth. So we have a pretty good subcommittee, and we pass out all the information we can email-wise to the rest of our owners. So they rely on us heavily to pass as much information as we can. But first thing I wanted to do was to let you know how much we do appreciate your efforts with the current $4 million from Senator Kleinfeld. We certainly thank Senator Kleinfeld. We thank the mayor. We thank the council and everybody else that has a say in that. Thank you so much. It certainly it certainly helps, and it certainly shows us that you guys are working with us, and we appreciate that very much. I want to make sure you guys knew that. The other thing I wanted to put, I guess, publicly on the air is that we're ready. We have talked a lot about how we think this could go. Obviously, we got to go through engineering and you folks and everything, but we definitely have some thoughts and ideas that we would love to share with you. We have a street list also, based on, ours is through a teeth rattling survey number, or whatever you call it, the other thing you said.
Paisley rating?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if, how they compare, but we have some streets that we've already talked about.
I can probably make you a copy.
Yeah, I
It's got
would-
the map.
If you don't mind, I would love to see it. Yeah, we would love to.
Send your list to me.
Yeah, so we're in a situation, we're ready to go, ready to have the meeting, whatever's next step. It sounds like you may need to have another council meeting maybe before we meet, but we're ready to go. So just reach out and wanted to let you know that we're ready. Whether it's, I don't know if it's a subcommittee, a special meeting, I don't know how you do these things. So I do software, I don't do this stuff.
I think given that we have to figure out what number we're at, there's a cart and a horse, and the cart has the money, so we should make sure that that's hooked up before we have a conversation that we can't, say, well, this is what we want to do, but that's $8 million, but
We don't want to overpromise.
we don't want to overpromise. We want to work with you. I think we all do, and.
Oh, yeah,
And
there's
we
no doubt about
we
it.
are going to get something done. It's just how much and when, what that timeframe.
Yep, and again, we've got some ideas on that. We've got people that have engineering degrees too, and they have some thought, we'll put some real thought to how we would maybe go at these roads. We're not an engineering company, but we do have some thoughts on that, so we would love to be able to talk with you guys.
Yeah, and I'm speaking for myself, I want your input. And at the end of the day, the roads belong to the city. It's the city's responsibility to take care of them. We know that they've been in poor repair for a very long time.
Yep.
And as Councilmember Shornack said, they're not getting better.
Like I said, from my standpoint, I just want to make sure you guys understood that we weren't sitting still. We were planning. We've had meetings, quite a few meetings, and have discussed quite a few ways that we think maybe this could be done. So we're ready to go.
Looking forward to that conversation.
Man in red may have something to say too, but.
Hi, Ken Imler.
Always color coordinated, Ken, always.
Coordinated.
Even to the shoes.
I,
You didn't get the red shoes.
I just can't walk out the door not matching. I don't, Kenny knows what I go through,
Hello, Mr.
what we go through. Hello, thank you so much for the progress that we've made. And we would love if you guys could form a little subcommittee, be so much faster. 2 or 3 of you, even if you're rotating, in case you're wondering if it's the same people, whatever you want to do. Even if you joined us for a couple of meetings, our meetings are pretty much done in about 6 minutes, and the rest of it's fluff. Because when we're all on board, we just cover a couple of details and we're done. My meetings in my business, I tell them, give me 1.5 minutes, and the rest of it's just because that's how fast we take care of things. Anything you need from us, we're ready. We're actually trying to anticipate what you might be needing next, so we're always jumping on filling in the blanks, so whatever we can do. We appreciate the progress you've made and that you're staying interested. We need it, and thank you. I drove around Fraser with the mayor one day, and he showed me the other road, so I understand your plight and the screaming you get from the neighbors, but I think it's time to take care of us so we can go away and take care of business.
No, that's a short-term go away, right? Because it all fades away.
I promise you, if we get this done, I won't come to any more meetings.
I don't believe that.
I don't-
for a second.
Public record, by the way.
Ken, I've known you way too long, dude. Way too long.
We do have a
You're right, I can't
policy
stick
of
to
telling
that.
the truth when you're sitting there. We know that's not the case. But anyway, as far as a subcommittee or anything, I think we need as a council, we talked about this a few months ago, we're all on board with how and we need to get to a point where we've made a decision about here's the big project, and then we can look at how we get our members here or however that works. But at the beginning, we need to get together here at a council and make a decision.
If we didn't have a subcommittee, the nightmare of dealing with everybody, and everybody throwing their ideas and getting tangents and going off, we get everything done so quickly, and we would.
We're a government board. We're a little different. So.
I understand, but
way it is.
even if 2 or 3 people showed, and then they brought it to the council immediately, and of course bring it to the people. Quick question: tell me about the John James. What are we doing with the?
We are waiting.
You got a request in?
You sent 50, we sent 51 letters. I think 48 of them were from you.
That's
You're-
right.
And we sent those, And Mr. Road from his office said, "We heard you loud and clear." I said, "Did you hear us?" He goes, "Yes, we heard you." So it is in the process, it's all part of that budget sausage making that's going on in Washington, and I was told a couple of months ago, and I haven't heard since. I can reach out to them. I try not to bug them too much, but we're definitely, it was a specific request that we made through their process, so it is documented. It's not a,
Is this something that would happen before the election, potentially?
I believe there's a government shutdown scheduled for some time if they don't pass a budget, so yes, it could be part of that, or they could kick this can. We do not have, so I wish I had a better sense of it, but I do not. So.
That's it.
Anybody else here have federal earmark experience? And it all comes down to the middle of the night sometimes.
Well, again, thanks for your
All right,
commitment.
yep.
again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else from the audience like to speak on the industrial park roads? All right, seeing none, item 7K, council building access discussion. City manager, you want to take that one?
So as you know, we solicited a proposal from Rose,
Nope, this is council building access.
Nope,
oh,
7K.
wrong one.
you're jumping ahead.
You're jumping forward.
So at our last meeting, I believe it was, there was discussion and a request to put on the agenda discussion about council building access. This kind of stems from the key fobs that we have, and I guess previous council members at some point in time have had access to. I don't think that there was ever a process or procedure in place regarding any of the access. I know from experience that the previous mayor and the current mayor have had key fobs. One of the reasons regarding this is because they do have a particular role in regards to the emergency management. So with that, the mayor as the figurehead of the city does have some, I would say, need to be able to have access. So if there is something significant that happens between the mayor, the city manager, and the director of public safety, these are the three people that would really come to City Hall to start any type of process for recovery from an emergency. First and foremost, thinking about, say, if there is some type of incident and the media is here, they want to be able to do some live feed or something, do interviews, even just have a place to be able to land. Council chambers typically would be the place. When someone's dealing with an emergency management type situation, there are certainly resources and things that you would need, pens, pencils, printers, cleaning materials, whatever might be needed. I can understand need for access for someone in that capacity. As far as extending it to, say, a mayor pro tem or anyone else, I don't necessarily know if there is any need. I know that in the 3 years that I have been here, there has always been a discussion and issue regarding the separation of council and department heads, which has always been, I would say, an ongoing issue really everywhere that I have worked, and sharing of information and being able to talk to people. This is, I think, one of the things that I think Don kind of touched on at the last meeting about how the structure that we do have a separation between council and administration. Things flow through the city manager. That's the way that things were set up. And I think that that is why council members typically don't have access to any of the other spaces. Anybody has any other questions, I'll certainly do what I can to answer them. Don certainly chimed in last time, and he's probably had a little more time to think about this as well, if you have any other questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Say, based on the conversation that we had last time, it sounds like there's only one person that currently has a fob, which is the mayor. So, I mean, based on the information that you just provided, I mean, that sounds like a really good explanation, and it makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, unless there's any other reason to extend it to anyone else, which I personally wouldn't want one. I'm good. I would say that it probably should be up to your discretion, also under advisement from Don, as to who would or would not have access to a fob. Now, as far as documenting that in some kind of procedure, that's probably a good idea, including your ability to revoke access and the guidelines around that. But other than that, sounds like it's how it should be.
Councilmember Shornack.
I understand in case of emergency, because we've obviously had that in Fraser. But then I think there need to be very strict rules that you can't just wander around the building, go visit, and just have free access and free roaming. I think it should only be used in emergency situations, because we know the issues we had before. And I don't want to see that reoccur. And as a board, I understand the mayor is the figurehead and the chairperson of our meetings and stuff, but we're equal as far as our voting and everything like that. So if it's just for the purpose of emergencies, then it should only be used in emergencies. So like if Mr. Lessig came up here and he just wanted to sit down and talk to you about writing up the schedule, or I'm sorry, the agenda, I believe it should be just like if any of us came up. You press the button, you let them in, so on and so forth. Again, I think that should only be used in emergency purposes and nothing else. Because I don't want to see us ever, and I'm not insinuating at all that Mr. Lessig would do that. I'm not. I'm just simply saying it should be something that we set forth as a council and that other councils will use moving forward, that is the only time those key fobs are used, is emergency purposes only. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Councilmember Stein.
First thing is, if this has been such a big issue in previous years, why wasn't it brought up then? People have had key fobs, non-mayor and council before that. So if it was such an issue, it should have been brought up then. Another thing is.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, you may.
Okay.
Hold on.
Let me just finish my statement, and
Go
then you
ahead.
can. Thank you. Another thing, I do think that if the mayor does have, we need to have it documented. He needs a sign to have it. If there has to be a way to turn it off if something happens, he doesn't become mayor or anything. I agree with those things. There has to be showing that he has it, that so we know who has a key fob. I think that should be for everybody, right? I mean, there should be a list of exactly who has access to this building. So I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that we should document all that, and there should be a way to turn it off if something, God forbid, something happens, he's no longer mayor or something. But I feel like all of a sudden this is coming up when the issue was, I think, a lot more bigger issue back, and I understand what you're talking about, because I was here in the audience, I understand. But now all of a sudden it's being brought up. I think this is something that you should be in charge of. We shouldn't have to micromanage that. If you feel like he's here too much, then you need to say, hey, Mayor, I feel like you're walking around too much. I feel like you're doing whatever. I'm not saying he does those things. Then you should approach him and say, hey, this isn't what this is for you to go to all these departments and talk to people. That's just my opinion.
But to answer to your question, when the situation occurred with that person, we did all have to turn our key fobs in because that was what we were advised to do by the attorney for the suit and so on and so forth. And the only time there was key fobs after that, I had one for a while because of COVID, because I was the one coming here to the meetings because I hate doing Zoom.
And I understand
No,
that.
and then I didn't even think about it until Amy brought it up, and she said, "Who else has key fobs?" And so then I returned my key fob because I was like, "Oh, I literally haven't used it since then, and I totally forgot I even had it. It was actually in my bag at work because I totally forgot I had it." So all I'm saying is, I don't have a problem necessarily with the mayor having it for emergency purposes, but because of the situations that have occurred in the past, and again, I am not insinuating that Mr. Lessig would do that. I'm simply stating, if we set a precedence now, moving forward, that you're not allowed to just roam the building freely and interrupt, like if for some reason, and I'm not saying he would, but he went to go see the director of public safety and she was in the middle of something, and he just happened to stop by. I'm not saying that he would purposely do that or anything like that, but just to avoid that situation, that possible impropriety and/or that possible feeling for department heads that they feel like somebody's like big brother's watching them. And that can negate your feeling of that you're being productive and that you're doing your job and that you're doing what you should be doing and without being babysat. So I don't have a
Do you
problem.
feel
with
like,
that
I'm
emergency
sorry, may I
purpose.
speak? I apologize. Don't you feel like that's something the city manager could do and enforce? I mean, if we only have one person with a key fob, I mean, I don't
Right,
want one
but what
either. I
happens if
agree
she's
with you.
out
I don't
sick?
want one.
What happens, I'm just saying, what happens if she's out sick or if she's out on vacation? Do you know what I'm saying? Yes, in theory, can she do it? Absolutely. But is she here literally all the time? No, nobody is. And it's just like at work. I'm sure if you have keys or a key fob or a badge, you have some kind of thing you have to sign, an
I
agreement.
signed that I have it and what access
That you
I
have it and what you're allowed to do with it. That, I don't think that's unreasonable. I think that's a good compromise as far as all that goes, because that way we don't have to worry about it, because I'm telling you right now, which I will preach at the end, but if we get sued again over something absolutely preposterously stupid, and again, I am not insinuating at all that Mr. Leshich would do that. I'm just simply saying, if that happens again because of something stupid that we could have prevented, that's where I'm going.
So then we need to state exactly what you
Yes,
feel is an emergency then,
absolutely.
if we're gonna go down
And
that
I-
route.
And I think Elaine and Mr. Denault should look at what other city, Mr. Denault, you're in other cities, so you know what other cities do. Are all your cities, all your other cities, are they mayor-run, or are they a combination of mayor and
All right.
city manager?
We were having council discussion.
Yeah.
And it's about me. So I had a fob until 2017, when then city manager requested that it be returned. I have not had a key fob since then until I became mayor, and I was actually around the Christmas in Fraser, because I rented $1,500 worth of AV equipment, and it was raining, and I said, I'm going to need to put that stuff inside. So I asked, would it be possible to get that? Or you offered, I forget. But let me just say this. This is a city manager administrative decision in my world. This is something that when a employee is terminated by the city, they don't come to the city council and turn in their key. They come in, they turn it into an administrative person in this city. This is not something council, I agree, I like the idea of a policy. It's odd that you've had a key fob for 4 years, but now we need to have a policy in it. I'm fine with it. I was never offered, I don't know who gave that to you, I was not offered a key fob in 2020, which didn't bother me at all. I do come into City Hall, and I always let Elaine or Cindy or whoever I'm going to, and really it's Elaine or Mary that I contact and say, hey, I'm coming by, or she says, you want to meet, and everybody knows I'm coming. And I don't walk around and chit-chat with the employees. And I know you said, I'm not insinuating that, but you said it 4 times.
Well, that's because everybody on
Hold-
Facebook likes
let
to
me-
do their little thing, so.
We're not on Facebook, we're at a city council meeting.
I'm aware.
And you've known me for, 18 years now? I am not that kind of person. I respect our department heads. I respect Director Kretschmar. I respect Mr. Barrett. And I have to have some measure of, I've got the support of the city when I was elected. And I don't want to be sitting out in the parking lot. We had a sinkhole in 2016. First week of January, we had a meeting here with Candace Miller. We had a meeting with the media and everybody else about the sinkhole. I got in here and helped set up chairs. That's the kind of stuff that I've done in the past without contacting somebody. So I have no problem with a written policy that says this is what you'll use it for. Am I going to, during 8:30 to 4, when I have an appointment with the city manager, go there and say, well, this isn't an emergency, I have to buzz in and interrupt an employee? No. I think that's just, I think that annoys them, interrupts their work, and why? There's cameras everywhere. If you want, there's no better way to catch somebody doing something wrong than to watch the video. So I am not in the business of interrupting the good operation of the city. And a key fob, if this is what we're talking about and we're spending this much time on, I would prefer to spend this much time working on industrial park and local streets and water mains and all those other things. They really deserve our time and attention. So there's my 2 cents. Anything else you want to add? You said you wanted to say something.
Only reason why I said I'm not insinuating things, because it's really not about you. In my mind, it's just about setting a policy. And I was saying that I'm fine with Ms. Levin and Mr. Denault coming up with something. I just think it's a good thing to set from even moving forward for everybody. And the only reason I had a key fob was because it was COVID and because no one would never let me in at the door. And they're like, here, have this. And I, like I said, they obviously, because they can track those, I hadn't used it since then, and I totally forgot about it because it's like this big. So, and that was all.
Councilmember Stein.
I say that you come up with what you want to do, right? If you make sure he has his fob, we can turn it off. I don't think there has to be a rule of exactly where he needs to be at every moment when he comes in. That's my own personal opinion. I mean, I do feel like we need to know he has one. We need to turn it off if we need to. That's where I'm gonna stand right there.
And I don't have public safety access. I can come in that door, and that door, and I think the side door. Those are the doors. So it's not an all access pass to the city. And I'm still waiting to find out what that secret building is over in Rindell Park, by the way, but that's an aside. So that's where I stand. I believe this lies within the two people over there, the city attorney and city administrator, coming up with a policy. I have no problem with agreeing with that and signing that policy. And if you come up with it, pass it around the council, and if there's no objection, that's a deal. Does that work for it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Item number 8A, Roseville Building Department proposal.
All right, we start over with this one. All right, so you are all aware that we received a proposal from Roseville for building department services. This consists of the building inspections, the mechanical, plumbing inspections, the site plan reviews. We did have an opportunity to take a look at and review their proposal at the last meeting. We have since heard from McKenna with a amended offer. Just wanted to provide just a little bit of a summary on that offer. What they are looking to provide a little bit more coverage for is doing inspections 5 days a week. And they're going to maintain that at the same cost level. They are actually also going to be providing, if we request it, monthly reports, which certainly we will be doing that as well. In the proposal, they talked about proposing business citizen-friendly improvements. So that's something that if we chose to move forward and maintain a contract with McKenna, I would be looking for more information about what they are talking about with that specifically. The McKenna proposal is a 3-year proposal with a 60-day clause, which is a little bit different than the proposal from Roseville. Other than that, really looking at the two proposals, I certainly thank Roseville because we've spent a lot of time and effort talking about this and trying to find a collaborative way to be able to help provide services. I think they bring a lot to the table. With this proposed change from McKenna, it's a little bit of a game changer, almost providing, I think, the same level of service for less cost. So I know I have representatives from both groups here. If you have any questions, I would like some clarification from McKenna on some of the issues with their proposal. I did get confirmation from them via email that their proposal does include the 5 days a week of a building inspector with building official coverage continuing at the same current level. I don't believe in the contract that was fully spelled out. So certainly if we were to move forward, I would want Don to thoroughly review that contract and make sure that it is consistent with what they have proposed in their cover letter.
Okay. Mr. Roseville. Jim, right?
Jim, yes.
Thank you. I did remember after the second attempt. Yes.
I'm the City of Roseville Building Director, here to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions? Ms. Shornack, Councilmember Shornack.
Well, here's my question, and this one's actually for McKenna, or in general. So I was reading it over, and it says it's for a 3-year contract, correct?
Are we talking about McKenna or?
Well, McKenna, this plays back and forth.
Well, why don't we, Jim, why don't you
Okay.
stay here and answer questions for Roseville, and then if you have questions for McKenna, we can have them with that.
Well, really quick, just because I don't have it with me, what was your estimated cost again? I know it was over 100.
The total package, I believe, was 219.
Okay. Okay, well then, when we get to McKenna, because I have some questions for McKenna.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a little bit different way of doing the proposal, is that they have a bottom line that we have to pay a minimum of that. Whereas with the McKenna proposal, it's that, I think 5,200, right, 5,200 a month and then 70%, and then you have the fee schedule for any additional services. So you're less per month and you don't have a bottom line. So if, say, we have a slow building year and we only go through $100,000 of costs, it would only cost $100,000.
And when you said you, were you talking about McKenna?
McKenna, yes.
Okay, with Jim here.
All right.
But
I just want to make sure we're talking about the right person. So you want to briefly just kind of summarize?
Yes. We proposed building official, building inspection services at $78,000 a year. And then for the trades, plumbing, electrical, mechanical, was an additional $141,600 for a grand total of $219,600.
And the 141,600 were for inspections?
Correct. Inspections, plan review, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday.
And that's that minimum 70% number, so above and beyond those expenses, you'd also get 70%.
That's correct. If it was up over that 141, it would be at 70% of the permit costs.
Okay, there was a major construction project that took that to 250,000. You get 70% of
That's correct.
whatever's greater. Okay. Mr. Perry, you had a question.
I was wondering if we could hear from Bob, our building top guy, because he could probably let us know if we're lacking anywhere. Can he speak to
Yeah.
on behalf of this?
Absolutely, yes.
Because
That's you, Bob.
to preface that, I'm getting questions about why inspections aren't being closed out in a timely manner. Sometimes it's days, weeks, and people are wondering what the issue is. So,
So what we got right now is,
Move that mic over so we,
sorry about that, didn't know I was going to speak. Right now, we are, for two of the inspectors, it could be anywhere from a day to, I've seen, just in the past, probably 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks for inspections to come in from the inspectors. We do, I don't know why they take so long. I mean, I know two of the inspectors, inspections are remote, and we have to email them to him, or Carly that works for McKenna. She gets them to him. And he does inspections, he gets them to the secretary at night, gets them back to Carly at McKenna. I don't know how long between, if it's the same night, same next day, I don't know where it lags there. So we get contractors that call, and they had talked to us, and they ask, the inspections, it was last week. And, okay, then we have to, then the building clerk's got to reach out to either Carly or one of the inspectors to find out what happened, if it passed, if it failed. So I think that's a lag there. Other than that, I don't know.
I think one of the things that is clear in this proposal is a standard that they are setting. Both Roseville and McKenna is setting this standard that inspections will be done within a certain time frame. The Roseville one, I believe, is within 72 hours, and the McKenna one is within 48 hours. I recall that with the McKenna proposal, not only do they have the specifics in there about an inspection done within 48 hours, but also entered in the system within 48 hours. Though immediately upon the inspection, they will notify the city if it is a pass or a fail. So that's something that McKenna's really stepping up to put that time frame in there so that we can hold them to that.
How many hours, what was the time?
So the Roseville proposal was within 72 hours to get an inspection taken care of. The McKenna one is within 48 hours. And then having it entered in BSNA's system within 48 hours. So one of the issues that they have in the building department is that, okay, we passed or failed, why did we fail? So one of the issues is we need to have that information. The proposal is saying that we will get that information upon the completion of the proposal, and it will be entered, so typed into the BSNA system for record-keeping purposes within another 48 hours.
If I could go further, why hasn't that been happening already? Why is it taking to this point to get that 48-hour window?
That'd probably be something for McKenna to answer. I think if you guys,
I do have one question. Does McKenna or, no, go ahead, come on up. I'm going to ask this question. Do they have VSNA remote access?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, yeah, I'm Sam Woodrick, I'm Director of Building Services for McKenna. We have had some, I would say most of our issues with that have been sporadic in the past. I think if you ask Bob, we pretty consistently are able to deliver the inspection results. Firstly, all of our building inspections are entered by our building official. So they're entered in as soon as he gets back, that same day. Those are all put into the system. There's occasionally some lag with the trade inspectors, one of whom, as Bob mentioned, does have his his inspections emailed remotely. We found that that's not really working out particularly well for Fraser, so we're going to be replacing him with a mechanical plumbing inspector who will come in and enter all the inspections the same day that they get done. I'm not quite sure what Roseville was proposing. I didn't see that addressed in their contract, but we enter all of our own inspection results. I don't know if they intend to do the same or not.
In BSNA, you've referred to the system, so that system, the system is BSNA?
Yes, sir.
Our BSNA, okay.
I believe that Roseville was going to be on-site and entering it on-site when they're here.
Okay, Councilmember Shornick.
Since they're there now. Here is what I would like to know. So the contract stipulates that it's a 3-year contract, and then, hold on, let me get back to the, yeah. 3 years with an option to renew for 2 years additional, 3-year periods. Okay, here's my question. Because what was going on clearly was not working for the city and was not working for Mr. Logan's department, and the people who are trying to do business in Fraser. I appreciate that you want to step up. What I would like to say is that I would prefer if we can do at least a 1-year contract for now to see if you guys can step it up and meet what basically put your money where your mouth is what I'm saying, nicely or not nicely. If you can do that, because I think it needs to have a trial period, because obviously what was going on was not working for our citizens, not working for our businesses, and not working for our building department. So I don't want to go into a 3-year contract with the hopes that this is all rectified and we're moving forward and life's good. Obviously, the cost is a factor in this as well, but I don't feel comfortable doing a 3-year contract not knowing what will actually occur. So I want to see it in action, I guess.
Yeah, we would be amenable to that. We can change the term to 1 year.
And then after that, if obviously things are going well, then we can stick to your regular 3-year renewal too.
And just to be clear, there's a termination clause in our contract. Either party can terminate this contract as they see fit.
Section 9.
Okay.
With a certain amount of notice. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We get to section 9. But yeah, that was my concern, because like I said, I would feel more comfortable with that, because we've been, unfortunately, and I know people, I'm saying, this is not about you, but we've been burned before. So, lesson learned.
Sure, and if I could just walk everybody through what I saw as the difference between the two contracts. So firstly, what we're trying to propose is a higher level of service at an overall lower cost. So first, both us and Roseville do want to provide building official services. They're going to charge you, I believe it was $6,200 a month as a retainer for those services. We're going to keep our retainer, which is at $5,200 a month, which has been the same since 2018. We have not increased that at all since then. So we're both going to begin to provide inspections 5 days a week. But one of the key things that I think is, while our building official retainer is about 20% lower, it also dedicates twice as much time to being on site in the city of Fraser. So rather than 2 half-days per week, we are currently providing 2 days of building official services spread out over 3 days. So the building official will be on site in the city 3 days a week, one of those being a full 8-hour day. Also, we're going to shift all of the inspection responsibilities away from the building official so that they can focus more on administrative tasks, which ultimately is what a building official is supposed to be doing. I know Bob and Casey are great. We love them, and they work really hard for the city of Fraser, but they're not registered code officials. And they need a building official here to give them direction when the very frequent, difficult questions come up in building departments. So that is a really big part of what we're proposing. We're also, like Lane pointed out, setting some standards. I'm not sure what Roseville's contract said about this, but our plan review services, Fraser kind of punches above its weight when it comes to commercial plan reviews, and our contract commits to returning all plan reviews within 10 business days at the very most. I looked back over the past couple of years of our plan review services, and we've been averaging more like 3 or 4 days to get commercial plan reviews back, which is a pretty good turnaround for that. So that is kind of a broad, the broad strokes of the differences that I see between the two proposals.
If I could just add a couple of things to that. Sam, I think, covered the quantitative aspects of the two proposals, but I just want to mention, first of all, that we appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to the council tonight about the service that we provide to the city of Fraser. We've been providing service to the city of Fraser for several years, both planning and zoning, and now building department services since 2018. And when we started in 2018, it was because Fraser lost their building official. So we were able to step in short order, provide a building official to help the city cover its obligation to provide timely building inspections. And then gradually, over time, we were asked to start to provide trades almost on an individual basis. First, there was an electrical, then a plumbing inspector, and then finally mechanical. So eventually, we sort of grew into this to the point where we were providing building and trade inspections under sort of a cobbled together arrangement with the city. So I think this opportunity, this gives us an opportunity to reconstruct that arrangement so that we can provide the high level of service that you guys deserve and are looking for. And that's what we're committed to. We had the opportunity to meet briefly with Elaine to talk about some of the issues that have come up, and we've reached out to some of the customers that have maybe not had ideal interactions with the building department in an effort to try to rectify those situations. And that's what we're committed to doing, is rectifying those situations and reminding our team that we are an extension of Fraser. And so when we're out dealing with the public, as passionate as our inspectors are about the code and protecting the health and safety, that we also need to remember to treat the citizens and customers with respect and customer orientation. So that's sort of our approach, and we look forward to working with Bob and Casey both in terms of what our roles and responsibilities are internally in the department and how we can make it run as smoothly as possible. So hopefully you guys will pick us.
Councilmember Odell.
A couple questions. So you're proposing a 48-hour turnaround on inspections. What happens if that does not happen? What recourse does the city or the contractor have or anything? I mean,
Sure. So, as I touched on when Councilperson Shornack brought up the term of the contract, there is a termination clause if the city is not content with those services. If the milestones laid out in the contract are not being consistently reached, then the city is well within its rights to issue notice and terminate the contract.
What other cities do you offer a program like this for currently? Do you offer that to any other cities right now?
What in particular?
No, like the inspection services, full in-house inspection. Any other local communities have what you're proposing for us? Do you do that for any local communities now?
Yeah, we have between 25 and 30 building services clients, mostly located in the Metro Detroit area, but we reach up as north as Weberville, as far west.
That you do all building planning and inspections and on?
It's a mishmash. It's 50/50. Some communities, we operate the department for them. Some communities, we provide trades inspections. A couple communities, we strictly run their rental program.
Okay. And then finally, if you do have people in-house here, they're sick on vacation, who's covering for them? Why? I mean, that's...
Yep, and that's really important. And that's why we have over 50 building inspectors on staff. So when our guys go off, they have replacements set up. So when the mechanical plumbing inspector goes deer hunting, we have another mechanical plumbing inspector who comes in and fills their shoes. And that's pretty standard for what we do for all of our communities. That's one of the reasons why communities very often select McKenna, because that is what we do. We make sure there are no sick days, there are no holidays, there are no days off. Inspections keep on coming as they're scheduled.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else right now? So it sounds to me like we need you're proposing a bit more customer service. You seem to acknowledge that perhaps we can be more cordial and collaborative. We want to follow the codes, but we do. You are an extension of our city, so we strive for. I strive for us to have a customer service-oriented city where people can work with our city, and we want them to invest here. So, and we want them to have a good experience. Now, we've all heard anecdotal reports that things take too long, and one question, you mentioned 48 hours to complete the inspection, and then is that a plus 48 to get it into BS&A? Is that the window? Sometimes it's all in the same time frame, but so is it 48 plus 48, or? Okay.
No, so the inspection will be completed within 48 hours, and I believe the contract stipulates another 24 hours to get the results entered into BS.
Okay, that's fine. And those are business days. Those are not Friday and...
Those are, yeah, business days.
Okay, let's just assume it's business days. If you get it done faster, that'd be great.
Right, yeah.
And let's see, you mentioned 1-year contract versus 3-year. If we did the 3-year, is there any cost benefits in year 2 and 3 that we would not, that could change if we went with a 1-year contract?
Well, I would point out in there, this is one thing I forgot to mention, that another pretty big disparity between Roseville's proposal and our proposal is Roseville proposes a 6% increase every year that this contract continues, which by the end of the contract results in a pretty significant increase in costs. That essentially means that you're going to have to raise the building department's fee schedule by a minimum of 6% every year just to keep up with that increase in cost. So building departments are, supposed to be funded completely by user fees, not by taxpayer dollars. So being cognizant of the overall cost of the department is definitely something very important when it comes to the building department.
But my question was, if we went with...
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. No. In short, there would be no difference between a 1-year contract and a 3-year contract. We have tried to set this up as the most cost-effective contract we can, so we have made as many cost savings as we can.
So if we did a 1-year contract with year 2 and 3 option, you could write into that the retainer would remain at $5,200?
Correct. Yes, we could do that.
Okay. Does that address your concern, Council?
Yeah. Mine was more to get I don't want the building department to be, because obviously we make the decision and they have to live with it. I don't want them to continue to go through what they've been going through if we decided to go this route. I want them to have a very good ability to communicate with the residents and the building people and not have to fight tooth and nail to get information for them.
I agree. Okay. Is that all you have, McKenna folks? I don't remember your name.
I'm sorry, I didn't even introduce myself. It's Public Speaking 101. I'm
We've met
John
before,
Jackson.
but I don't remember your name, so, okay.
John Jackson, I'm the president of McKenna, and happy to be here.
Okay, thank you. I'd like Jim to come up and I want to give him an opportunity as well, so we have a full picture of the proposals. Hi, Jim.
Just to recap, ours employees are going to be full-time City of Roseville employees, full package of benefits, health insurance, pension, everything that current employees have, they'll have an opportunity for. Our inspections, since we're neighbors, our inspectors can be called at an emergency situation for, say, a plumbing repair job, and we'd be able to accommodate that real easily, since we're right next door. It is a bit of a price increase, but for full-time employees, that's what we have to offer. The BS&A, as long as we can remote in, our inspectors can turn in the paperwork and we can get it inputted either same day or the following day, following business day. So if it's a Friday, it'd be a Monday. Other than that, we would look forward to collaborating with the City of Fraser as we do with the City of St. Clair Shores. So if you have any other questions.
Councilmember Shornack.
Well, just like, with the numbers, and the fact that you also are working with St. Clair Shores, I'm just trying to understand financially why your numbers are so much appreciably larger than what McKenna's proposing, just in general.
We have to hire them in at a certain pay scale.
These are people you don't even have yet.
2 we do not have. The rest we have. Our building official and building inspectors we have on staff. We have 2 building officials on staff and 2 other building inspectors. Our building officials can do both, inspect and be a building.
From what you're saying, and I don't mean to interrupt, it sounds like, so I'm trying to understand, I understand the cost savings proposal as far as sharing employees, right? Splitting the baby. The thing is, if you're splitting an individual amongst 3 cities, obviously depending on what day of the week it is and what inspection needs to be done, right? So if you're taking that, and I understand tradespeople make really good money, and they deserve to, because it's something we need, and I know the benefits and everything come into play as well. I'm just thinking, if you're splitting the baby between 3 communities, I would think it would be a lower cost, not a higher cost. You know what I'm saying? Like,
We would have to hire 2 full-time inspectors to cover the plumbing, electrical, and mechanical, possibly a third. Not everybody is licensed to inspect each discipline. We could do the building official and building inspections in-house with our current staff.
that doesn't really answer my question, though.
I mean,
Because I understand you have to
the-
hire new people, I get that, but then what is the difference if we're spending that amount of money, right? Besides the legacy thing, take that out of the picture for a moment. If we're spending that kind of money on this particular plan, right? If we're spending that kind of money, then what's the difference of you having the employees being under the City of Roseville, and we just hire these individuals to be in our office working for our city? That's what I'm saying. Like, if the whole point of doing this is obviously also finding people is very difficult these days in any part of the working community. My question is more along the way of, if we're splitting these people and we're cost sharing, so it's not such a huge cost on all of us, why wouldn't it be less expensive and not more expensive?
This is the amount that we decided and we came up with that would, we'd be able to pay our current employees and the new employees that we would have to hire in order to accomplish the goals of providing services every day, and plan review, and to run the department, basically.
So it kind of would be like, kind of like a temp service kind of thing, almost, situation as far as financials go.
I suppose.
Okay. I'm just looking at it from a numbers perspective, you know, and what the goal is in the first place. And I know I've spoken with Mr. Logan, and I understand his concerns, and I have had my own concerns personally with regards to that. So that's why I'm just trying to, like, you know, compare apples to apples, try to figure out what is really in the best interest of the city all the way around. And you obviously have to include the factor of financially, so,
I understand.
yeah. Thank you.
All right, so what would we like to do? Would you like to see a one-year contract with options for year 2 and 3? Or what would you like? I'm open to ideas.
I'm like, well, that's a whole council decision.
Well, I know that.
Thank you, but.
It's called a motion.
Yes.
It's called a motion, so.
Well, Ms. Baranski just joined us.
Okay.
I know she was listening.
Yes.
I just wanted for clarification.
Yes.
McKenna, I have two things written down here. For the new additional building inspector, I kind of want to know how many hours he will be here,
Okay.
and if it's going to be like pretty much the same days as our building official we have now. And the other one would be the trade inspectors. Right now, they're only 2 days. Are we going up to 5 days? Or are we staying to 2 days?
Okay.
That's my only two concerns.
Okay. I would direct those questions to those folks.
Gentlemen?
Yeah, so to answer Bob's first question, no, the building inspector would not be here the same days. Well, there may be some overlap in days, but largely they will be here on the days that the building official is not here. That's what will provide the 5 days of coverage. And they will have as much time dedicated to the city as is needed. So if there are 4 hours of inspections that day, they'll be here for 4 hours. If there's a full 8 hours of inspections that day, they'll be here for a full 8 hours. That would be unusual. The City of Fraser averages a little under 20 building inspections per week, which is not tons. It's not a super heavy load, so they won't have tons of time. Our current, so as far as the trades are concerned, our current proposal is to keep the trades days the same, which still gets those inspections done within 48 hours. There's just not a volume of inspections to justify having our people available 5 days a week. We could expand it to a third day potentially, but when you schedule an inspection with us, there's no wait time. I don't know, I know St. Clair Shores, sometimes there's a little bit of a lag, up to a week sometimes, to get their inspection scheduled. With us, if our inspectors are overloaded, we'll allocate more inspectors so that they'll get done quicker and quicker. So we're not going to hit a cap and then say, oh, I'm sorry, we have to keep pushing it out. If we hit a certain number of inspections, we'll allocate more manpower to it.
Let's see. I have one question. And sorry, I'm jumping back. You have Carly and McKenna is the one that schedules or receives schedules, or?
No, she's a building services manager. She coordinates inspections.
Coordinates, okay.
Yep, but Casey does all the scheduling here in-house.
Not to get too deep in the weeds, but do we schedule that through email, or do we schedule that through like creating a work order in BSNA, or?
Schedule what?
An inspection.
Oh, yeah, so a contractor will call the building department, usually get Casey, and that's how the scheduling will get done. Those inspections are scheduled in BSNA, which generates a trip list that the inspectors get every day. They come in, pick it up, or currently in the case of our mechanical and plumbing inspector, it gets emailed to him, and then he performs the inspections on the given day. Like I said, our intention is to change that. So that generates.
So the one that was emailed, the electrical inspector? Was that
mechanical plumbing.
the one that you're going to change?
Mechanical plumbing.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, so that generates, after they're inputted by Casey, that generates a trip list, which gets printed off at the beginning of the day. Inspectors come in, pick it up. That's how they have their permit history and know where to go for that day.
Thank you. That clears my question. Councilmember Odell.
Maybe I don't understand this world too much, but from what you were saying, that somebody would be in the office, but if they only have one inspection, then they're out after that?
For the building inspector?
For the building, so if we're here 5 days of coverage, comes in on a Monday, he's got one scheduled inspection, he does it, he's out the door. Am I hearing that correctly?
Correct, yep. Well, that is,
Somebody else needs, so if a contractor calls in at, 2 o'clock and says, hey, can you inspect this, roof that need a final inspection, or whatever it is, there's no one in here to go out and do that. They'll have to wait till the next.
nope, so that would be only, that case would be true 2 days a week. 3 of the other days a week, our building official would still be here, and he would be able to accommodate a last-minute request.
But for what I heard you said, maybe I misunderstood that, but if they don't have any inspections, they're not going to be in the physical building to be available to go do them if it's not scheduled already.
So that would be the building inspector, who's a different person than the building official, although there is some overlap between the two. Building officials are usually also building inspectors, but building inspectors are not necessarily building officials. So your building official will be here 3 days a week, regardless of the inspection load, and then your building inspector will cover all the building inspections that are scheduled, if that is clear.
You can't be a building official without having been a building inspector, it sounds like.
Well, actually, not specifically, you need to be.
Usually, it's a.
Yeah, usually, although all the other trades inspectors are eligible for their licensure as a building official as well. But now we're really getting down the weeds,
I don't want to
Mr.
get
Mayor.
Too far.
Did that answer your question?
Kind of. It
So in the one,
sounds to me that it's not really the 5 day a week.
well, there,
I'm thinking if somebody is in here ready to do inspections 5 days a week, whether, I know you alternate them, but it sounds like that it's possible they come in, they do the one inspection, they're gone, or they're going to do somebody else, and I see Bob nodding his head, yes. So that's why I'm saying, is it truly the coverage that we're thinking of, or is it, hey, we're here at the beginning of the day,
yeah.
hang it out, get out of here, and
So that is correct. If a day when with the 2 days a week where the building official is not here and there's only one inspection scheduled, the building inspector is going to come in, do that inspection, and then go, which I assume is the same situation with Roseville's proposal as well. Another thing to point out, which is a disparity between our proposal and Roseville, our inspection windows are significantly smaller than Roseville's, which causes a much higher level of service. If you look at their contract, their inspection window is between 8 and 3 p.m. So I understand it sounds good to say, okay, we're going to inspect 5 days a week, but telling people that you have to wait between 8 and noon is already a big enough pain. People are already angry about that. If you tell people they have to wait between 8 and 3 every day, that's, even if you can get the building inspection done that same day, it's not quite the same level of service. Bob, what are our inspection windows, 8 to noon? 8 to 12? Yeah, 8 to 12.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I would like to make a motion to enter into a contract with McKenna, as outlined, and Don, help me if I mess up the language, subject to changing the terms from 3-year to 1 year.
I would second that motion. Council discussion. Would you like to say something? Are you looking-
I'm trying to understand, right now, you guys are here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 to 12. That's when you do inspections.
I believe it's Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And it's going to remain the same 3 days or 5 days now?
So that is strictly the building official who will be here on those 3 days. There will be additional building inspectors who will be here all 5 days.
Okay. And Roseville is proposing you guys are going to be available 5 days a week, 8 to 4, or 8 to, whatever your time is? Okay. For inspections.
Okay.
Well, there's a bit of a difference. So those 3 days that the building official is here, those are on site. He's going to be here regardless of the inspection load, not, so it's not dependent on, inspections.
Yep.
Okay, I have lots of lights. We're going to go with Mr. Denault first.
Just so I understand, we have a motion. It was a very simple motion to enter into an agreement with McKenna
Sorry.
for a one-year term.
Disagreement,
Is that right?
proposed agreement,
So enter into an agreement, the proposed agreement.
proposed agreement.
Okay.
Subject to amending the
Okay.
agreement to a one-year term.
All right. I don't feel like in good conscience I can move forward with that because I'm looking at the document and I would want to take a shot at it.
Okay.
I have questions. There are things in it that may need some better definition, some more restrictions, typos, whatever it may be.
Table
I
it,
can't live with, you can tell me, sorry, we listened to your advice and we don't agree with it, but
Nope.
I can't in good conscience let you approve this document unless I've had a chance at it. And so that would be my preference, is to give us a chance at it. So either a motion, if it's going in that direction, either a motion to authorize administration to negotiate the final terms of a one-year contract with McKenna and bring
There
it
you go.
back to you.
Let's do that one.
Or authorize us to at least modify it and bring it back to you, and then you can pitch it to them. But probably the first one is better, just because they can tell us if they agree with the things that we want. If they don't, we'll still bring it back to you and say, here's the differences of opinion we have, right? You have the ability to then make an informed decision.
So then I'll rescind my previous motion and make a motion to instruct the city administration and the city attorney to construct an agreement with McKenna consistent with what we've discussed here, and a one-year agreement. Thank you for that one.
Yeah.
And I'd like some discretion. I'd rather not talk about the things on my mind, but there are things in here that I would like the discretion to talk with them about, see if they're married to them.
That's fair.
Absolutely. That's fine. So I seconded that motion, so it's on the table. We have,
Just really quick, don't you have to take back your second from her first?
You did, I think.
Oh, did you? Okay, I'm sorry, I did not hear you at all. Thank you.
reflex.
It was quiet.
Very quiet.
I didn't hear it either, so.
Okay,
I
good.
said it right here.
It's very,
Bob didn't come out.
All right. All right, we have two lights. Councilmember Baranski is in the room,
Okay.
and
Whoop, whoop. First of all, I apologize for being late. The Uber driver is intimately familiar with our meetings now, as he got to listen all the way from the airport. I support the motion, but I do want to say, if it was my money, I would go with Roseville all day, every day, because but it's not my money, and I think that fiscal responsibility requires us to give you another chance. But as far as I'm concerned, it is a very short leash, because we have had constant complaints and constant turnover and constant confusion. So thank you for bringing this. Obviously, you knew you were on the ropes, and you came back with what I think is a very strong offer. And so I support it, but it is, as Councilmember Shornack indicated, 1 year is generous.
Councilmember Stein.
Didn't you guys want to include the cost not going up also in the motion?
I think that was already,
Okay.
that would be included.
After the 1 year, because, okay. I just want to make
That
sure.
would be consistent with the discussion that we
Yes. And I think
Perfect.
they heard me. I think you heard me loud and clear.
We've changed so many.
And I do have one request, that to Mr. Perry's point, or Councilman Perry's point, and draw us a picture of who's here on what days and a little table, so that it's
yeah,
very
it's
simple.
confusing.
And it's up on the screen, and we said, these are the days they're going to be here, and that would really help clarify things, instead of talking about Tuesday, because I got lost
Yep.
on Wednesday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I just think that would clarify things and help clearly define the expectation on those things. Any other members of council want to speak on this before I turn it over? Okay, I would open the floor to any member of the audience. I see one out there would like to speak, so.
Ken Imler, Hawk Industrial and Deluxe Development. We own buildings in Fraser. We've done plenty of certificates of occupancy for our tenants. In the last year, I did 4 of them. 3 of them were no problem. Get the list, knock it out. As a real estate broker, I do certificates of occupancy for business owners that I lease the buildings for because I know what I'm doing. I've done this before and they haven't. I tell them that I do this in my sleep because I do this with Fraser, no problem. But this last building, complete prototype services, is leasing a building to Carmela Foods. And the first, they wanted them completely out of the building. They show up at the building. This is talking about McKenna, the inspectors. They show up. I said, well, what happened to the inspector? Oh, the door was locked. Which door did you go to? The office door. Well, you're inspecting the shop. I opened the shop. It's in the notes. They didn't read the notes. So they got to wait a whole nother week for them to come back. They finally get in the building. The owner's got some stuff piled in the center of the shop. They walk back out. Building wasn't empty. I said, what are you talking about? Building wasn't empty. We're only going to come in when the building's completely empty. That's BS. That is BS. So now we got another delay. I finally get the list. I've already looked at 3 or 4 or 5 lists over the last couple of years, and I'm seeing some stuff on there I've never seen before. I have a good feeling as to what's code and what's not code. And I said, this is definitely not code. I've never seen this before. So I called Fraser, called the billing, the guy whose name is on the billing inspector, and I say, I want to come down. I want to bring my building owner. I'm in a really good mood because I work very well with everybody in Fraser. And we want to come down and meet with the building official. I'm going to bring the building owner so we can go over this list. I get a phone call. And yeah, this is Ray. What do you need? The building official. I go, okay, well, you're going to be there? Because I'm going to come down and meet with you. What do you need? What do you want? I go, I'm trying to go over this list with you. Well, what do you, sir, what do you have a problem with? What's your name, first of all? I tell him my name. And he goes, well, I have the application in front of me. You're not on the application, so who are you? And I said, well, I'm the real estate broker. I'm the one in charge of doing remedying all the violations. And he says, well, I still don't know who you are. And then after a while, I can tell by his tone. Finally, I just said, are you being a smartass? I've had enough of this guy. I go, I'm trying to talk to you about what's on the list. Well, what item? He expected me, the life safety plan, to go out and hire an architect to come in and draw the tenant's stuff in the building and get it certified by an architect. And then so he could put it in his file. I go, what, can you explain that to me? He goes, what don't you understand? Now I'm red hot and I haven't even gotten in the car yet. Who do I hire to do this? An architect. It says it right there. Well, where would I find one? I don't know. What would this cost? I don't know. You know nothing. Finally, I had to get off the phone because I was ready to blow. I had a meeting, called for a meeting. A week later, me and city manager Elaine.
No, he's fine. Yeah.
We'll just get it out.
Bob.
Within reason, don't.
Yeah. I even had Carmela Foods there, and Ray was there. Walk in the meeting, doesn't introduce himself. I say hi to everybody. I'm in a good mood. I'm sitting down with Fraser, my city. He just sits there. And finally, I read his tag, and I'm like, okay, you're the billing official. And he just sat there with his arms folded. And I asked him about this by registered design professional. And can you explain that to me? And he just looks at me like, would you not understand English? Finally, he wrote, so Carmela had the drawing on his computer and said, hey, how about this? Will this work? Yeah, we can go with that. Well, which is it? Which is it? So he rolled over on that, thank God for that. Now I have another issue with putting exterior lights on a building, drilling holes through my wall that have been there since 1977 to hook up emergency lights to the exterior lights. I've never seen that before. I just did 3. It wasn't on any of those 3. So I said, I don't think this is code. Can you show me the code? Thank God Elaine said, you know what? Calm down, Ken. By that meeting, I completely lost it. And this building official had successfully had me yelling at the city manager, at the Bob, everybody. Everyone was against me, it seemed like. But that was because they had his back. And when they realized, hey, show Ken the code, they didn't. They wouldn't show it. Finally, they showed something that didn't cover the issue. And then I said, can you have the electrical inspector call me? And of course, Ray, in charge, he said, no, you can email your questions. Wait a minute. This is Fraser. I've been here since the 70s. Where's Randy? Where's Brian? Where's everyone we always used to work with? I got an email. What is it? Email your local building inspector. I have a question. I have a real question. I've not seen this before. The way it ended up, 2 months later, we finally determined that was for new construction, not for existing buildings. I drove around Fraser, all the new construction buildings. Sorry, I'm going to take a break here. The new construction, oh, that's better. The new construction buildings had all the exterior lights. I saw them. I drove around because I do industrial real estate. I know exactly who's new and who's not new. All the people that have moved in the last 4 years, not once was there an exterior light. So I relayed that information to Elaine, city manager, and it was, lo and behold, it was determined that it just went away. My point to them was, if you can't show me what's code, if you're going to put it on the list, if you can't show me, just as fast as it went on that list, take it off the damn list. Because here's where we're at now with complete prototype services in Carmel. 3 months, $250 a day is what he's losing in rent. Carmela said, I'm not paying rent until I get a certificate of occupancy. And they're about to go to court with each other. When we finally have a meeting, I'm going to suggest both companies get together and sue McKenna. Because if they're jackass inspectors that caused this, they wouldn't talk to us, they wouldn't meet with us. And my owner, who owns 5 buildings in Fraser, Chris, he's almost on the brink of tears about not getting a certificate of occupancy. Because he needed, some of us need the money, some of us don't. He needed his rent money. McKenna listened to the lawyer saying, well, we can't take the liability of moving in without a certificate of occupancy. So to me, that's my last, and it's still in process right now. I'm still waiting for my certificate of occupancy. This whole thing started in May, June, and I'm now August, and I still don't have it. And they're still not paying rent. Now, as an example, I have another nightmare with the fire marshal. But the difference is, he is with me. He cares about Fraser, he cares about me. And I told John, I told you this before, John, this is who I am. I'll yell at you, I'll poke at you, I'll kick you in the shins. But in the end, I trust you, and I'll do what you're telling me to do. But I'm going to check all the doors to make sure see if there's any that are unlocked, to see if we can get around something or work together on something. That's where we're at with John right now. I have no problem with that. I'll listen to him. But these other inspectors that come to work, and I mentioned that, they're not Fraser. They come to work crabby. They come to work with miserable. The electrical inspector, I've met Bob and the electrical inspector, they were at the building early. I got there, opened the building. He was buzzing through the building. He got close enough to me. I walked over and said, "Hi, and by the way, I'm Ken Imlin. You were such and such." He looked at me like I had leprosy. Like he almost didn't want to shake my hand. He shook my hand. And then once he moved on a few more feet, I looked at Bob and I go, "What the hell was that?" And he just went,
Well,
"That isn't Fraser. That is not Fraser. That's not what," I was completely caught off guard by this group of inspectors. And this time frame of 8 to 12, who's going to sit there at an empty building and wait for the inspectors? Can you make a half-hour phone call or give me a 2-hour window? Somebody's got to sit there and get paid to sit there waiting for the inspectors. So if they have the knowledge, that's gold. But come in with the right attitude and be able to listen to us and talk to us and not walk around like you're the most important person in the room. And that absolutely drove us crazy. So right now we got a big problem now with Carmella and CPS trying to get rent going. It's caused by them and extended by their lack of communication. So if they know their stuff, I'm not saying to not hire them back, but somebody definitely needs to sit down with these people and tell them, "Hey, I'm Fraser." I told Elaine, "You're Fraser." We all, every day we get up, they come in out from another town into our town. We live here.
Right. Thank you, Ken. City Manager.
Yes, I would just like to clarify that I did look up the rules of council, and even during an agenda item, there is also a 5-minute speaking time limit. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, but the mayor can give some
Correct,
latitude.
correct. I just wanted to clarify that because I thought that during an agenda item, there was not a time limit, but
No, there is.
there is.
Public hearings. No, Ken has called me. He may have called others. And so I think expressing that concern.
Thank you.
And I'm not normally supposed to respond to that, but I would say we all heard you. And we're all Fraser here. Our vendors are a reflection of us. And we want the best service possible.
Yeah, Chris was going to come down, but he was, he's too far away. He wouldn't have made it on time. But I wanted you to see a frustrated actual business owner.
Well, I think you made your case, so thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ken.
Thank you very much.
All right, where are we? We have motion on the table. Send it over to the city manager and the city attorney for review and work with McKenna and then come back potentially in September. Anybody else from the audience like to speak on this? Let's take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, we have roll call. Was that you?
Just me.
Okay, let's do a roll call, just so we know.
Bransky?
Yes.
Lesage?
Yes.
Odell?
No.
Carey?
Yes.
Sornak?
Yes.
Stein?
Yes.
Sutherland?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Item number 9, report of city administration.
I will be brief this evening because we do still have some closed sessions coming up. I just wanted to give a report about the Macomb County Department of Roads. They're going to be out doing road striping throughout the county. It's going to be through the end of September. They're doing it through a contractor, so please be aware that they will be out doing that. Masonic Kelly intersection, work's going to be starting August 14th on that. We do have some information on our website regarding the closures for that. The auditor was out for their preliminary visit. They were supposed to be out yesterday and today. I am happy to report that things were in such a good state of order that they only had to be here one day. Angelique's done a phenomenal job at getting them all prepared for the preliminary review. They did give her 10 more things that they're looking for, though, so it never ends. So certainly happy about that and the progress and improvement that we've made compared to last year. I would like to thank Fraser First. We did receive a very nice letter from them thanking us for our participation with the ferry troll door hunt. So I think that was a really fun thing that they did and certainly benefited a lot of businesses. That is all that I have for right now.
Quick question. I was asked about the DIA mural grant. Have we submitted that yet, or are we on track to submit that, I think, by September 1st?
We have the DIA art out right
No,
now.
not the art, the mural.
Oh, the mural, yes, that has
art
been
in the-
submitted.
It has been submitted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to the city manager? All right, item number, let's see, report of mayor and city council, item number 10. Councilmember Stein.
I don't have anything for once.
Pardon me?
I have nothing.
Okay. Councilmember Perry.
Card.
Nothing at this time.
Councilmember Baranski.
Yeah, again, I want to apologize for being late to the residents. I apologize. I was paying attention, and I'm here. I did let them know kind of my thoughts, and 90% of what happened I agreed with. I do want to clarify something. I know you guys talked about it, and I watched it. Anyone that knows me, if someone brings something to my attention, I will raise it in a public meeting, always. Whether I agree with the position or not, I've had many residents approach me on things, and we've debated things and discussed things, and I bring them before council, ask the questions. And an employee brought to me the attention about the key fobs prior to the last meeting. That is why it was brought up. I had no idea. I've never had a key fob, and it was during that conversation that I learned that none of us, except for 2 people, had them. It wasn't an accusation or anything. But I knew from the past that, and I know from common sense, as we all know, if you don't have a policy and procedure in place, that is incredibly dangerous. And we have had hundreds of thousands of dollars paid out because we did not have a policy and procedure in place, and because we let the city manager dictate the policy and procedure. Council sets the policies. Council should set the policies for that. I was not aware of the emergencies. That makes total sense. It's not that anyone was abusing it. An employee raised it, wondered why that was happening, and that's why it was raised. So I just want the record to be clear on why the issue was brought up last month. It was asked to be tabled till this month so that a full council could discuss it. The discussion was had and a decision was made.
Anything else?
Oh, yes, the fireworks were amazing. Shout out to, first of all, the Lions, who are low on members, so they need people. Amazing. The money was well spent, and our new recreation coordinator did an amazing job. I wasn't able to be here other than for the fireworks, but 2 thumbs up. It was really, really amazing.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shornack.
So, number 1, the Historical Commission will be having their open house on the 8th, which is actually the second Sunday in September, because of course, Labor Day weekend. And they will be having a barn sale from 1 to 4, and they are still taking donations, although I don't know where they're going to put them, between 5:30 and 7:30 every Wednesday. Also, to let everybody know that the house is going to be 150 years next year. So they are planning a big to-do, and I hope all of council will participate in the big to-do, because these people do work really, really hard on everything that they do. They're very committed. They're bringing a reappointment and a new appointment for next month, which is great because she is 24 and she's got lots of energy. So I already told her, I told her, you have to rein this group in. I said, and that's funny because now they call themselves the Hysterical Commission because I nicknamed them that like 15 years ago. And so now it's a standing joke with them. So that's fun. I did want to say happy Labor Day to everybody because we're not going to meet before then. And I'm about to get back on my soapbox, so sit tight. And this is why. Hopefully my other council members have now read the proposal to change our charter for marijuana. And again, go with God, Crispy. I don't care if you get high every night. Do you? Make your own life happy. I don't care. It is not about the marijuana people. It's not, okay? What it is about is that every city that I have looked into or township who has allowed marijuana in their city being distributed and or growth have been sued. And why are they sued? Because it's like a 10-year-old having a temper tantrum because if this person gets the license and this one doesn't, well, it's not fair. I didn't get it. Go cry in your cereal. But this is what has happened repeatedly in all the surrounding cities I've seen. And again, you don't even have to drive a half a mile out of the city to hit multiple weed shops. And you don't even have to leave the comfort of your home anymore. Dial like 1-800-BLUNT. I'm sure that's probably somebody's actual number, okay? And they will deliver it to your home. Again, this is not about your personal choices. This is not about what you like. It's legal. I don't care what you do with your personal life. What I care about is the ridiculous, stupid suits that occur when marijuana companies, distributors, growth places are in a community. We are 4 square miles. This is our charter we're talking about. So please understand the difference. Do not just go with what people are saying. I actually, ironically, at the Historical Commission meeting, was speaking with somebody who was there, and he's like, oh yeah, I signed that petition, and I'm like, why? I'm like, and it has nothing to do with your choices. I'm not judging you. I think my whole family probably smokes weed or has gummies or whatever. He said, oh, because I think it's cool, we'll have that, and we'll get all the revenue and blah, blah, blah for the taxes. I'm like, look into that too, because that's a misnomer. The taxes are not what you think they are that the city gets, okay? It's not like it's gonna be a windfall, okay? So please, for once, people, I am begging you to actually read what the proposal is and vote no. Our city does not need this, and the main and only reason I'm saying this is we don't need another ridiculously stupid lawsuit, which will happen. And trust me when I tell you, the lawsuit will cost us more than any revenue we would pull in from this. So, I'm sorry, but I told you guys, until November, you're going to hear this from me every month. I don't care if it was one more resident who comes here and hears this, they need to hear the truth. I just can't condone it for that reason and that reason alone. We have already spent enough money. Our insurance rates are finally coming down from stupid, stupid lawsuits. So can we please keep it that way? Because if not, people, you have your own self to blame. So, other than that, have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Odell.
Just want to go up from what Councilperson Baranski said as far as the fair weekend. It was a great weekend. Weather was great. I can't wait till Garfield's repaved, marching on that road. It was dangerous in some spots, so I'm glad that's getting repaved because it'll make the parade that much better. But everything went off without a hitch. Public safety did a great job. I don't think we had any major issues, and I know the Lions paid for more police officers to be there this year to make sure it was safe for everyone. So that comes out of their charity earnings, but they wanted to make sure everybody had a safe experience. So, and it was a great fireworks show. I was very impressed with it. Everybody was very happy with that. So just want to piggyback off that. It was a great experience. Other than that, I don't have anything else.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
This Saturday, the Fraser Parks and Recreation is showing Movie Night in the Park, which is Shrek at Steffens Park at 9 o'clock. There'll be free popcorn and cotton candy and free face painting from 7:30 to 9. So go check that out if you want. And then just a happy back to school to everyone, because that will be happening before our next meeting also. Have a great start to your school year.
All right, thank you very much. All right, first thing, Director Kretschmar, do you know what the National Night Out is going to be at Freedom Hill next Tuesday?
I'm almost positive it's next Tuesday. I think they just postponed it.
Okay, we'll see. Do you know what time it starts?
Oh, I closed the browser already, sorry. I think it was 5 to 7:30, sound right?
It's later in the afternoon. I was thinking.
Keep talking, I'll have it for you in 2 minutes.
Keep talking, you're asking me to keep talking. All right, fine. So I was gone last month, and I won't mention this ad nauseum, but I went to Harvard Kennedy School of Government. It was one of the best programs I've ever attended. Had 81 other professionals from around the state, around the country, Ireland, Australia, and Brazil, and we spent basically 18 days living together, except for the 5 days I had COVID. It was a very interesting deep dive with passionate people that are committed to better municipalities, better state government, I didn't meet anybody there that says we want to screw over the taxpayers or provide less services. It was about how we do better. It was a great program personally and professionally. One of the things that some of my cohort from that class posted was the National Night Out. And they were saying, here's a picture of me at the National Night. It's a great way to meet your local public safety officials and get the public safety officials talking to the community in a friendly way, in a non-confrontational way. So I suggest if you have a chance, get out there and see it. By all reports, the parade and the city picnic were excellent. I can congratulate Chris and his team, city manager, public safety, and especially the Lions Club for all your volunteer work. I know you guys, your paycheck's pretty big on that personally, like zero.
We paid to volunteer.
And Mary.
Yes, and I appreciate that too.
Because Mary always puts in a lot of time.
And last but not least, I know we have a lot of water main projects going on in neighborhoods, and it's kind of a mess. I am committed to making sure that we remediate that, and Rob has said we're going to take care of people. So it is a big construction project, and a lot of things are happening. Not everything goes as expected. So bear with us, work with the city, and if we have issues, we're going to deal with them and provide good service. So that's all I had.
Mayor, can I step in? I'm sorry, I do have one thing.
Yes, you didn't have anything to say before, so you get
I
removed.
do.
Go for it.
I just want to give a big shout out to Officer Alex. He was at our bike parade that the Macomb moms put on at McKinley. He was so good with those kids. I mean, he rode around as many times as they wanted. They kept on wanting to go around. He did. So I just want to give him a big shout out. He came all the way, rode his bike on his day off, came there and supported our community. So I just wanted to give him a big shout out.
Great.
Sorry.
Thank you. City Attorney, I don't think you're part of the
I'm not, but you
mayor.
asked me to find it. 5 o'clock?
Oh, yes, I did.
You already moved on.
I already moved on.
5 o'clock.
to keep talking.
5 o'clock it begins, 7:30 it ends. 19 law enforcement agencies will be at Freedom Hill County Park on Tuesday, August 13th.
Great. And as I said, the reports that I got from these other people I met, that they really enjoy that kind of interaction, and it builds positive community relations, which is what we're trying to do. That's it. Number 11, citizen participation. Anyone here like to speak on an item, on anything? Mr. Lane, did you want to speak tonight, or? You don't have to. No, you can, this is the
is for
time to
anything.
speak about anything you want. Well, you said you wanted to, that's why I didn't mean to put you on the spot, so.
I haven't been to a council meeting for quite a while. Gary Lane, 16924 Anita. 46 years in 1 month, I'll be a resident here. I just wanted to speak shortly, well, just briefly about this Fraser Booster Club proposal. And I wanted to commend you, Councilperson Baranski, for exhibiting a little bit of fiscal responsibility. I've been a resident on Anita for, like I could say, 46 years. I know some of these projects are very nice. But when you're, let's say, close to them, like we are with Fort Fraser, when that was built 100 feet in front of people's houses, I don't think we had a say-so. The only people, maybe a lot of people voted for it and would like to have it, but they don't live there. It's not their backyard or front yard. And this is a front yard thing to anybody within a quarter mile. Fort Fraser has been a headache for me and some of my neighbors with the traffic, the speeding, the noise. And then I understand there's upkeep on it. The whole thing was a private endeavor to begin with, but those things usually morph into a public cost. And this is another one of those things that could morph into a public cost. Anyway, I didn't want to speak about it, but it wasn't on the agenda, but this piqued my interest because I haven't been to a council meeting in some time. But you might be seeing me more often.
Thank you.
I'm becoming a grouchy old man. But I don't take a stick and chase kids off my grass yet. But, thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah. Hey, before you leave, can you give me your phone number or email address?
Huh?
Can you give your phone number, email address to the city manager so I can reach out to you?
Okay, so,
Give him my card.
Okay, I gave him mine. You get a hold of me.
yeah, I've got your card.
Yep. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
well, thanks.
Any other member of the public like to speak on anything? All right, then we move on to item number 12, closed session. We're done with the public portion of the meeting.
Can we take a quick break?
Yes, I think that's a great idea. We'll meet back. It is 9.
Let's make a motion to go into closed
Yeah.
session after the break.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break, and then we come back and we go into closed session, because we have to do this 3 times. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
She was
that's what I
saying,
said.
do the motion.
We have to do the motion right now,
Then go to the bathroom.
then go to the bathroom to go, we have to make a motion to go into closed session.
I want to do the break, then come in and do the closed session motion.
I understand.
She's just saying do the motion to go
do
in
the
there now,
motion.
take a break, and then go in.
Doesn't have to turn the camera on and off. And on
Yeah,
and off.
let's just do the motion now.
I concur with that.
Well, make a motion.
Fine, just
Okay,
make a
so I'll make a motion to go into closed session after a 5-minute break.
Second.
You have to state the reason.
Oh, so a motion to
12A.
go into closed session to consult with the city attorney regarding the whole,
Say it.
all right, regarding the trial or settlement strategy in connection with Macomb County Circuit Court Case Number 2023-000951-CE. Also close,
That's it.
oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, gotta go in and-
All right,
Second.
we'll do them separately.
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll go into closed session, and we'll meet in 5 minutes.
Just
All
the
right,
event.
it is,
What is it?
Invitations to things.
hold on. We got
Echo again.
echo.
Somebody open the door.
Door's open.
He left.
He's out in the car.
Hello? All right, we'll try this again. It is now, let's see, 9:42, and we're back from closed session on item 12A. Dana's not, can we, Don, can we go into closed session without Dana's vote?
We can go into closed session without her vote as long as we have 5.
Okay. I would make a motion to go into closed session to consider an attorney-client privilege communication exempt from disclosure.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Lessig, seconded by Baranski to go into closed session. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
It is now 9:43, and we will now go into closed session. You asked Ed if we're back.
I don't think we are just yet.
Okay.
We ready? We're ready.
All right, it is 10:04, and we are back from closed session on item 12B. Item 12C, I will make a motion to enter into a closed session for city manager evaluation. Okay, motion by Lessig, second by Sutherland. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we go into closed session at 10:04 PM. Thank you. back on.
I just want to go home and go to bed. Nice, I'll be up in the early.
It is now 11:18 PM. We're back from closed session, item 12C. Councilmember Baranski.
So I'd like to make a motion to provide a 4.5% pay raise to the city manager, Elaine Levin, effective with the next pay period.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Baranski, second by Shornack. There's no one in the audience to speak. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No, nay?
Okay, so, nobody, no clerks here. So,
Did
Only-
Don
only
and
nay.
Cindy leave?
Yeah.
okay, so the only nay is you. Okay, thank you. Nay, Perry. Motion passes. I would like to make a motion to direct the city manager to prepare a job posting for a finance clerk, full-time finance clerk, and make that happen as soon as possible.
Second.
Motion by Lessig, second by Baranski. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. No, motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.